"I've never loved you," she said 2 days before our wedding. So I canceled everything. Now he's gone, and she's begging for help. Hey viewers, before we move on to the video, please make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the like button if you want to see more stories like this. Thanks. I remember the last truly good day we had. It was a Saturday, about 3 months before the wedding. Jane and I had spent the morning finalizing the floral arrangements, her buzzing with an energy I hadn't seen in months. We got back to our apartment, and she collapsed on the couch, laughing, her head in my lap. She said something about how surreal it was that we were finally getting married, and I felt this warmth in my chest, a sense of deep, complete satisfaction. It wasn't just about the wedding. It was about the life we were building. For 7 years, I had poured everything I had into that future. Our relationship was my foundation. While she was figuring out her life after college, hopping between different jobs, trying to find her passion, I was working. I landed a good job in tech, and for the last few years, I'd been working my way up the corporate ladder. The plan was always for me to be the financial bedrock while she pursued her dreams. I paid for our apartment, covered her half of the groceries, and even helped pay off a chunk of her student loans. It wasn't a transaction, it was a partnership. I was the rock, the stable ground. When she decided she wanted to start her own event planning business, I didn't hesitate. I helped her draft a business plan, gave her a loan to get it started, and even handled a lot of the initial marketing on the side. I did it because I loved her and wanted her to succeed, to be happy. And for the most part, it worked. The business was starting to get some traction. We were a real team. When I proposed, she said yes, and the planning became our new focus. But as the wedding approached, something shifted. The little jokes we used to share, the comfortable silence, it all started to feel a bit strained. She was less present. She was always on her phone, and when I'd ask what she was doing, she'd just say, "Oh, just wedding stuff." Then Mark came back into the picture. Mark was my oldest friend. We'd been inseparable since we were kids, and he was my best man. He had moved to another state a couple of years ago for a job, but when he learned I was getting married, he moved back a few months ago to be closer to the group. He was the charismatic one, the guy everyone gravitated toward. He had a way of making people feel like they were the only person in the room. Jane always liked him, but I never thought anything of it. It was my best friend and my fiancé. I trusted them both implicitly. But a few months out, the wedding stuff Jane was always on her phone about started to involve Mark more and more. They were picking up wedding favors, looking at rental furniture, and meeting with the DJ, often without me. When I try to go, Jane would say, "Babe, it's fine, we've got it. You've been working so hard. You deserve a break." Mark knows my taste, and he's happy to help. I didn't question it. I thought it was sweet that he was taking on so much of the burden. A month before the wedding, the emotional distance grew. Jane would come home from these meetings with Mark and be in a different mood. She'd laugh at her phone while we were watching TV, and when I'd ask her about it, she'd get defensive. "It's just a funny meme Mark sent me," she'd say, a little too quickly. Or she'd start a sentence with, "Mark thinks we should." And I would just nod, even though I was starting to feel like an afterthought in my own wedding planning. The most painful part was the comparison. One night, while we were folding invitations, she looked up from the table and said, "You know, Mark is just so driven. He's always taking risks. I think that's what makes him so successful. He's a real leader." It was the first time she'd ever said something that felt like a direct put down, a veiled jab at my steady, stable nature. She didn't say it maliciously. She said it like it was a simple observation, a fact. I just sat there, looking at the invitations, feeling a cold dread settle in the pit of my stomach. I was the rock, but it was starting to feel like she was looking for a mountain. I pushed the feeling away, telling myself it was just pre-wedding stress. After all, she was about to marry me. I was the one she had chosen. I had to be. 2 days before the wedding. It was a Tuesday. The caterers had just left, and the last of the floral deliveries had been dropped off. Our apartment, which had been a haven of calm, was now a chaotic blend of flowers, boxes, and half-empty champagne bottles. The air was thick with the scent of lilies and our own nervous energy. I was trying to thread a ribbon through a stack of seating cards when Jane walked in from the balcony. She didn't sit down. She just stood there, her arms wrapped around herself, looking at the mess around us with a detached expression. I looked up and smiled, trying to cut through the tension. "Almost done," I said. "Just a few more of these." and then we're golden. She didn't smile back. Her face was blank. Cold. We need to talk, she said, her voice flat, devoid of the emotion that had been buzzing between us for weeks. My heart immediately started to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. I set the cards down. What's wrong? I finally managed to whisper. Is it the caterers? Did they forget something? No, it's not the caterers, she said, and she finally looked at me, her eyes just as blank as her expression. She took a breath, and the words that followed felt like a physical blow. Alex, this isn't going to work. I can't marry you. The air in the room suddenly felt thin. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. I just stared at her, waiting for the punchline, for her to start laughing and tell me it was a cruel joke. Why? I said, my voice a little too soft. What happened? She shrugged, a gesture so casual it felt like a slap in the face. I've been talking to Mark a lot, and I've realized something. She paused, her gaze drifting to a vase of white roses I'd bought her last week. The truth is, I've never been in love with you. Not really. The words hung in the air, a devastatingly simple sentence that dismantled our entire life. 7 years. Alone, an apartment, a business plan, a lifetime of stability and care. All of it reduced to a lie. What are you talking about? I said, my voice rising a little. We're getting married in 2 days, Jane. You can't be serious. I am, she said, her tone hardening. Look, Alex, you're a wonderful guy. You're stable. You're kind. You're a good provider. The way she said provider made it sound like a dirty word. But I've come to realize that's not what I want. I need passion, excitement. A partner who's a leader, not just a follower. Mark understands that. I stared at her, the pieces of the puzzle clicking into place with sickening clarity. The late-night texts, the secretive meetings, the barbed comments about my stable life. It wasn't about wedding planning at all. It was about her falling in love with someone else, with my best friend. Mark, I said, the name tasting like ash on my tongue. You're leaving me for Mark? My best man. A flicker of a smile, cold and smug, played on her lips. He's a man who goes after what he wants. He's not afraid to take risks. That's what I need in my life. She looked around the room, at the wreckage of our wedding preparations. This life with you, it's just so safe. It's boring. I need more than that. I stood there, surrounded by the remnants of a future that would never exist. The wedding cards, the flowers, the champagne. It all felt like a mockery. I felt the hot sting of tears behind my eyes, but I refused to let them fall. She wanted a reaction. She wanted me to beg, to scream, to give her the drama she craved. But I wouldn't. I looked at her, at the woman I thought I knew, and saw only a stranger. My love for her was an anchor I had been carrying for 7 years, and in that moment, I let it go. Okay, I said, my voice low and steady. I picked up a stack of seating cards and placed them neatly in a box. My hands weren't shaking. I understand. I stayed calm. The silence that followed was heavy, but it was a silence I had created, a shield against the cruelty she'd just unleashed. My mind was already moving, processing the logistics, not the emotions. I looked at the seating cards again, at the two of us standing in this room filled with the artifacts of a life that was now fiction. I'll be out by tomorrow morning, I said, my voice as level as I could make it. I'll pack my things and have them moved. I didn't say, what about the money for the wedding? Or how could you do this? There was no point. Her words had already given me all the answers I needed. She'd made her choice, and in a way, she had freed me from a lie I didn't even know I was living. I went to the bedroom and pulled a duffel bag from the closet. I started with my clothes, folding them with a strange, methodical precision. As I worked, she tried to talk, her voice a little softer now, as if sensing the emotional distance I was putting between us. Alex, are you okay? I'm sorry, I know this is a lot. I didn't answer. I just kept packing. She had a point, it was a lot. 7 years, gone in a single, cold confession. She had wanted to talk. I was talking to her in the only way that mattered now. I want you to understand. This isn't about you not being enough. It's about me needing something different. Something more. I finally turned to face her, a t-shirt in my hand. I understand completely, I said, looking her dead in the eye. You made a selfish choice. The first honest one you've made in months, probably years. I just wish you'd done it before I invested everything I had into a future with you. The quiet dignity came naturally. There was no rage, No begging, no plea for her to reconsider. When you're standing in the wreckage of your life and you're the only one left standing, you learn a different kind of strength. I spent the night on the couch. In the morning, I packed the last of my things and left the key on the counter. I didn't even look back. I just walked away, carrying my things and the cold, hard knowledge of what had truly happened. My phone blew up for the next few days. It was her mom, it was a few mutual friends. I ignored all of them. I changed my passwords, blocked her and Mark on every platform, and just disappeared. Life after Jane was quiet. Eerily so at first. I moved into a new apartment, small and empty, but it was mine. I started focusing on my career again with a single-minded intensity. I was promoted within 6 months, a direct result of the energy I had once poured into a failing relationship. The silence was a balm, a chance to rediscover who I was without the constant need to be someone's rock. About a year later, the news started trickling in. The first hint came from an old college friend I hadn't talked to in a while. "Hey man, I heard about Mark. Is that whole situation really as bad as it sounds?" I played dumb. "I don't know what you're talking about," I said, and he didn't press it. But the stories kept coming. It turned out Mark wasn't the driven, successful leader Jane had claimed. He was an impulsive risk-taker with a penchant for living beyond his means. His entrepreneurial ventures were just a string of failed get-rich-quick schemes. He'd been living off his parents' money and using Jane's savings to fund his reckless lifestyle. The real downfall came when one of his schemes went bust. It wasn't just a financial loss, it was a legal mess. He'd signed Jane on as a partner in his last, ill-fated business. It left her on the hook for a mountain of debt. He ghosted her when the lawsuit started. He cut her off, deleted all of his social media, and disappeared, just like I had. He went back to live with his parents in another state, leaving her to face the consequences of his actions alone. A few months after that, I got a random message from one of our old mutual friends, Sarah, who had stood by Jane through all of this. "Hey Alex, I'm so sorry for what happened. I'm so sorry. Jane is in a really bad place right now." I was calm. I simply replied, "What happened, Sarah?" Sarah told me everything. Mark had not only left her with a crushing debt, but he'd also been emotionally and verbally abusive. He was nothing like the charismatic man she'd fallen for. He was a monster, a user. Jane's event planning business was now bankrupt, and she was forced to move back in with her parents. Her reputation was in tatters, and her friends, including Sarah, were starting to see her for who she was, a toxic, cruel person who had used a good man to get what she wanted, only to be used and discarded in the most brutal way imaginable. She was broken, and completely alone. The universe had a sense of poetic justice, and it was a masterpiece. The silence from me must have been a form of torture for her. After a month of no contact, the first text came. "Jane, hey." I didn't respond. A day later, another one. "Jane, so I heard about you getting promoted. That's great. Congrats." Still nothing. Then the floodgates opened. Her messages became a torrent of excuses, apologies, and half-truths, always with an underlying tone of self-pity. "Jane, Mark and I, it's been rough. I guess you were right about him." "Jane, I'm really sorry about everything, Alex. I know it was wrong, but I was just so lost." "Jane, my parents are so mad at me. And my business, everything is gone. I don't know what to do." I just watched the messages come in, a silent, detached observer. There was a time when these words would have shattered me, but now they were just a foreign language. They were no longer about me. They were about her. She wasn't seeking forgiveness. She was seeking a lifeline. The friends and family came next. First, her mom, who I had always liked. "Alex, honey, it's her mom. Please, just talk to her. She's in such a bad place. You were always so good to her. I know you can help." I politely declined. I wish her the best, but I'm not the right person for her to talk to. I wasn't cold, just firm and professional. Then came the mutual friends. A text from David, a friend of Mark's, who had been in the know from the start. "Dude, I told him not to mess with you, but he wouldn't listen. Jane is a mess. I think she really thought you'd be there to catch her when she fell." I responded to him with a simple, "Good luck with that." Finally, after I ignored a string of increasingly frantic calls, she showed up at my work one afternoon. I was on my way out, a few years into my new promotion, now a project lead. I was well-dressed, confident, and had a clear sense of purpose. I saw her standing near the entrance, looking out of place in a worn trench coat, her hair a mess. The entitled, smug girl from 2 years ago was gone. In her place was a woman who looked defeated. "Alex, please," she said, her voice small. "Just give me 5 minutes." "I don't have 5 minutes for you," I said, without breaking my stride. "Whatever you have to say, you can say it here. My coffee is getting cold. I just wanted to say, I miss you," she stammered. "I messed up everything. Mark was a monster, a user. He left me with nothing. I see what you've become. You're so successful, and you look so happy. You were always the one for me. I was just too stupid to see it." She started to cry, real tears this time. "Please, Alex, can we just talk? I'll do anything. I'll get therapy. I'll pay you back for the business loan. Anything. I just want my life back." This was it. The moment she had been building to. The moment I had been preparing for. She wasn't begging for me. She was begging for the old me, the safety, the stability she had so cruelly discarded. I looked at her, at the empty shell of the woman I used to know, and for the first time, I felt nothing. No anger, no pity, not even a trace of the old love. She was simply a stranger. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't get angry. I just calmly stated the facts, reflecting her own words back to her. This was a complete reversal of power. "You're right," I said, a slight smile on my lips. "I am happy. I've never been happier. And you're right. I have a great life now. A life I built after you destroyed the one we were supposed to have." She tried to reach out and touch my arm, but I subtly took a step back. "You said you never loved me, Jane. You said I was boring and too safe. You said you needed a man who was a leader, someone who wasn't afraid to take risks. You found him, didn't you? You got exactly what you said you wanted." Her face fell. "But he left me with nothing." "He did," I said. "And you know what? That's not my problem. You don't get to gamble with other people's lives and then ask them to bail you out when you lose. My life is no longer a safety net for your bad decisions. I have a life now where I'm not a backup plan, not a stepping stone. I've moved on so completely, it's as if you never existed." I looked down at the coffee in my hand, then back up at her, my eyes clear. "You were just a stepping stone for me, too. Your betrayal forced me to grow. It forced me to find myself, to learn my own worth, and to build a life on my own terms. So thank you. I owe you that much." I could see her processing the words, a mix of shock and dawning horror on her face as she realized I wasn't just rejecting her. I was completely and utterly indifferent to her existence. I had become the upgrade, and she was a relic of a past I had long since left behind. "Goodbye, Jane," I said, my voice low and final. I walked past her, leaving her standing there alone on the sidewalk, a person I had once loved more than anything in the world. I got in my car, drove off, and never thought about her again. Thanks for watching. Make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the like button. What do you think about this story? Share it in the comments. You're a great guy? For a woman who wants a child, not a man. She scoffed before leaving me for her boss. So I just packed a bag and moved into my brother's place. Now her ex-lover is back with his wife, and she's trying to find me. Hey viewers, before we move on to the video, please make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the like button if you want to see more stories like this. Thanks. The thing about building a life with someone is that you get used to the weight of it. The shared mortgage, the dog who sleeps at the foot of the bed, the chipped coffee mug that only one of you uses. You stop seeing it as a burden and start seeing it as the foundation. 4 or 5 years, that's what I thought I was doing with Chloe. Building a life. A real one. The kind of life my dad had with my mom. Stable, reliable, safe. I was the rock. It's a boring, cliché role, but it was mine. I was the one who remembered to pay the bills, who fixed the leaky faucet, who cooked dinner when she was too tired. I supported her through a job change, a difficult family crisis, and a quarter-life identity freakout. My stability wasn't something I saw as a weakness, it was my strength. It was the thing that allowed her to be carefree, to pursue her passion projects and take risks. I was the backstop, the safety net, the calm in the storm. But over the last 6 months, something changed. It started subtly. She'd come home later from work, always with a new story about her boss, Derek. At first, I didn't think anything of it. He was a successful guy, a startup founder. She'd gush about his vision, his boldness, how he was a man who wasn't afraid to risk everything for what he wanted. I'd listen and nod along. Maybe make a joke about how I preferred not risking our retirement fund on some crazy crypto venture. The jokes didn't land as well as they used to. Then the little comments started. You're so predictable, Mark. Don't you ever want to just do something crazy? I tried to talk to her about it, but she'd just brush it off as stress from work. The gentle nudges turned into sharp criticisms. My stability became a flaw. My careful planning became boring. Our quiet evenings became stagnant. I told myself it was just a phase. I even started looking at engagement rings. I figured a commitment to our life together was what she really needed. I was so wrong. I finally decided to have the serious talk. I'd picked up the ring a few days earlier, and it was burning a hole in my pocket. We were sitting in the living room, the dog asleep at our feet, a scene of perfect domesticity. Chloe, I started, we need to talk. She sighed, a heavy, theatrical sound that was nothing like the woman I knew. About what, Mark? The mortgage? The dog? The same safe little life we've been living? The same boring routine. She didn't even look at me. She was scrolling through her phone, her thumb moving with an almost cruel casualness. A knot formed in my stomach. No, about us. About where we're going. I feel like something has shifted. She finally looked up, her face a blank canvas of detachment. The warmth was gone. The humor was gone. All that was left was a sort of cold, clinical pity. It's shifted, all right. Because I'm leaving. I can't do this anymore. I'm moving in with Derek. The words hit me like a physical blow. A cold wave washed over me, numbing my face. I couldn't speak. I just stared at her. Derek? Your boss? What are you talking about? She laughed then. A short, dismissive sound that held no joy. Oh, come on, Mark. You couldn't have actually thought I was going to stay with you forever, could you? Derek is a man who knows what he wants. He's a leader. He's not afraid to risk everything for what he wants. You're a great guy. For a woman who wants a child, not a man. The words sliced right through me, but I didn't flinch. I just sat there, looking at this stranger. She called my stability childish. My loyalty, my quiet support, my love. She saw it as a weakness, a thing for women who needed to be babied. She was so smug, so confident. She stood up, tossing her phone onto the sofa. I'm done, Mark. I'm going to pack my things. She turned to walk away, a triumphant look on her face, like she'd just won a game I didn't even know we were playing. I finally found my voice. It wasn't loud. It wasn't emotional. It was just calm. Okay, I said. I'll get my things too. She stopped and turned back, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. What? I stood up, feeling a strange sense of clarity. The knot in my stomach was gone. It was replaced by an emptiness that felt both terrifying and liberating. I said, okay, I'll pack a bag and go. You can have the apartment. You can have the dog. You can have the furniture. It's all yours. I walked past her and headed to the bedroom, leaving her standing there in the living room, completely speechless. That's the thing about a life built on a foundation of shared routines. When it shatters silently. There was no screaming, no accusations, no begging. I just went into the bedroom we'd shared for 5 years and pulled a duffel bag out of the closet. Chloe followed me, but she didn't say anything. She just leaned against the doorframe, watching me, her triumphant expression now replaced with a puzzled frown. I think she expected a fight. She expected tears. She expected me to crumble at her feet and plead with her to stay. That's the part that really hurts. Looking back, not the cheating, but the fact that she had so little respect for me that she expected me to be a pathetic wreck. I only packed the essentials, a few shirts, some jeans, toiletries, my laptop. I left my favorite worn-out sweater on the bed, the one she always stole and wore, and my half of the books we'd collected on the shelves. As I zipped up the bag, she finally spoke. What are you doing, Mark? We can talk about this. I didn't even look at her. There's nothing to talk about, Chloe. You made your choice. I'm making mine. I walked back into the living room, grabbing my car keys from the hook by the front door. The apartment felt like a museum, a place I had once lived in but no longer belonged to. I paused for a second and looked at the chipped coffee mug on the counter. It felt alien. I set my keys on the table, right next to where the mail usually went. The keys are yours. The apartment is in both our names, but I'll take care of the legal stuff. The dog is a lot to deal with on your own, but if you need help, I'm sure you can call a friend. My voice was flat, like I was discussing a business transaction. She looked at the keys, then at me. Mark, don't do this. Don't be like this. Like what? I asked, turning to face her. Like the man who takes you at your word? You said you didn't want a man like me, so I'm leaving. What did you expect? She had no answer. She just stood there, her mouth slightly agape, the smug confidence she'd worn moments before completely gone. The silence hung in the air, heavy and final. I turned and walked out the door, closing it softly behind me. I didn't look back. I drove to my brother's place on the other side of town. He and his wife, Sarah, were surprised to see me show up on their doorstep at 10 p.m. with nothing but a duffel bag. They asked a million questions, but I just gave them the short version. Chloe's with someone else. I left. They were furious on my behalf, but I couldn't match their anger. I was just numb. I was running on autopilot. The next day, I didn't reach out to anyone. I didn't post some cryptic sad boy message on social media. I blocked Chloe on every platform, phone, text, Instagram, everything. I blocked her family and her friends, too. I didn't want the updates. I didn't want the "I'm so sorries," or the "what happens," or the "you deserved betters." I just wanted to be alone with my emptiness. The first few weeks were a blur. I went to work, came home, ate dinner with my brother and Sarah, and went to bed. They gave me space. I'd catch them whispering sometimes, casting worried glances my way, but they didn't push me. I appreciated that. My numbness started to fade after a month. It was replaced with a quiet, focused determination. Chloe's words had been a slap in the face, a cold bucket of water that woke me up. I had been so comfortable, so focused on building a safe life for us, that I had lost sight of building a life for myself. I saw my stability not as a rock, but as an anchor that had held me in place while the world passed me by. I started running in the mornings. I signed up for a coding class at night, something I'd always wanted to do but never had the time for. I took a promotion at work that I had always shied away from because it required more travel. I wasn't doing this to get back at Chloe. I was doing it because for the first time in a long time, my life was truly my own. I wasn't building a future for us. I was building a future for me. I wasn't angry anymore. Anger requires an emotional connection, a belief that the other person is still worthy of your frustration. Chloe wasn't. She was just a person I used to know. The only feeling I had for her was a strange kind of pity, not because she'd made a bad choice, but because she'd so casually discarded someone who had genuinely loved her, all for the promise of a life that felt flimsy and fake. And that made all the difference. 2 months passed. Then 3. My life had become a blur of work, class, and the gym. My brother, Liam, and his wife, Sarah, were my only social circle, and I was grateful for it. They respected my boundaries and never brought Chloe up. They never asked for updates, and I never volunteered them. She was a ghost, an old apartment lease, a memory that felt like it belonged to someone else. The first crack in my carefully constructed wall of silence came from Liam. We were having a beer one evening, watching a game. He'd just come back from a work event where he'd run into a mutual friend from our old social circle, a guy named Chris. "Hey man," Liam said, his voice unusually low. Chris said he saw Chloe. I didn't react. I just took a sip of my beer. "Oh yeah. Yeah," he continued, glancing at me to gauge my reaction. There was none, so he kept going. He said things didn't work out with Derek. My internal voice was completely flat. No surprise there. Apparently, Liam went on, Derek's a married man. His wife found out. She's some big shot, a lawyer or something, and she's not messing around. Chris said she put it all on social media, everything. The whole story. Derek's business is getting hit with a ton of lawsuits, and his reputation is ruined. He's been forced to step down. I felt a faint flicker of something, but it wasn't satisfaction. It was just a cold, distant acknowledgement. A cause and effect. So he's back with his wife? I asked, my voice still even. Trying to be. He dumped Chloe the second his wife found out. Told her she was a liability and a mistake. Kicked her out of his apartment. Liam fell silent, waiting for a response, a reaction, anything. But there was nothing. I just nodded slowly, my eyes still fixed on the TV. It was the same old story. Cheater gets cheated on. Narcissist gets exposed. Karma came for her, but I felt nothing. No anger, no vindication, no pleasure. The man who would have celebrated that moment had packed a bag and moved out months ago. I was someone else now, a bystander watching a train wreck from a safe distance. A few weeks later, another piece of the puzzle fell into place. I was at the gym, scrolling through news on my phone while on the elliptical. A headline caught my eye from a local business blog. Scandal-plagued tech company layoffs follow CEO's downfall. I clicked on it. There was a photo of Derek, looking haggard and defeated. I read on. The article mentioned that many of the company's top executives had also been let go as a result of the fallout, including a key marketing manager, Chloe's position. I put my phone back in my pocket. So she was homeless, jobless, and completely alone. She was living the exciting, high-risk life she'd chosen. It was just a shame for her that it had all come crashing down. The feeling of indifference was the most profound part of it all. I had been so convinced that the unfairness of her betrayal would always haunt me, that her words would be a constant wound. But they weren't. They were just the last words of a stranger. She had walked away from me, but in reality, she had been the one who had disappeared. The woman who had loved me was gone. The woman who had mocked my life was a stranger. And the stranger was now reaping the consequences of her own choices. I was not a part of her story anymore. And for the first time in a long time, I felt truly free. I got the first text a few days after I read the article. It came from an unknown number. My phone buzzed in my hand, and a small part of me, a part one thought was long dead, felt a jolt. The message read, "Mark, it's Chloe. I need to talk to you. Please." I felt nothing. No anger, no pity. Just a faint annoyance, like a mosquito buzzing at my ear. I deleted the message and blocked the number. A week later, another text came through from a different number. "Mark, I know you heard what happened. He's a monster. He used me. I was so stupid. I just want to explain. Please." I didn't respond. The desperation was a different flavor than her earlier smugness, but it was still just as toxic. She was still a victim in her own story, not a person who had made a series of cruel choices. I deleted the text and blocked the number. Then the messages started to shift. The pleas turned into demands, the sorrow into anger. "Why are you ignoring me? I lost everything. Don't you care about me at all? Don't you feel anything?" My internal response was a quiet, firm no. I had spent months building my peace. She wasn't getting in. One evening, I was with Liam and Sarah at a birthday party for a mutual friend, Chris. It was a low-key gathering at a bar downtown. I was there talking to a woman named Julia, a friend of Sarah's who was a graphic designer. She was funny, smart, and completely unpretentious. We were laughing about something ridiculous when I saw her. Chloe stood in the doorway, scanning the room. She looked different. Her hair was a little messy, her clothes less put together. The polished, confident woman who had walked away from me was gone. In her place was someone who looked worn out and desperate. Her eyes met mine across the room. She saw me laughing with Julia, a genuine, easy smile on my face. The smile that she had said wasn't enough. Her eyes widened in a flicker of shock and recognition. She walked straight towards me, her face a mask of panic and relief. "Mark," she said, her voice a hoarse whisper. She put a hand on my arm, and I instinctively took a step back. Julia looked at me, then at Chloe, and discreetly walked away. "We need to talk. I've been trying to reach you." Her eyes were pleading, but her grip on my arm was tight. I looked at her hand on my arm, then at her face. "I know." My voice was calm, almost bored. "I made a mistake, Mark. Derek, he was a lie. I was so naive. He was never going to leave his wife. He used me. Everything he promised was fake." Tears welled up in her eyes. "I have nowhere to go. I lost my job, my apartment. My family isn't helping me. Everyone I thought was on my side is gone." She was waiting for me to say it. For me to say, "I'm sorry, that's awful." For me to reach out and pull her into a hug. She expected the old Mark, the rock, the man she could run to when the tide turned. I just stared at her. My expression remained completely blank. She seemed to falter under my gaze. "Mark, please. You have to help me. I never should have left you. I was so stupid. I'll do anything. We can go back to how things were. I miss our life. I miss you." She reached for my hand, but I pulled it away. I finally spoke, my voice a quiet, firm cut through her desperate pleas. "The man you're talking to, the one who will help you and go back to how things were, he isn't here anymore. You made sure of that." She looked stunned. "What? What are you talking about?" I just stared at her, and then I slowly, deliberately, said the words she had used to humiliate me. "You're a great woman, Chloe. For a man who wants a child, not a partner." Her face crumpled. Her mouth opened in a silent gasp. The words, when I said them, were an echo of her own contempt, but my delivery had none of her smug cruelty. It was just a statement of fact. I continued, my voice calm. You needed a man who could give you more. You needed someone exciting and ambitious. So, I took your words to heart. I started my own company. I'm taking a coding class, and I'm traveling for work now. My life is far from boring now. The man you left, he's gone. And I'm not him. You said you needed a man who would take risks. Well, I risked everything and started over. I don't need to go back to how things were. I'm happy with how they are now. I looked at her, and she saw it in my eyes. Not anger, not hatred, just absolute, complete indifference. Her tears meant nothing to me. Her shame meant nothing to me. She was a stranger who was interrupting my evening. I turned my back on her, walked over to Julia, and smiled. Sorry about that. My past just tried to come back from the dead. Chloe was left standing in the middle of the crowded bar, her shoulders shaking, her face a mask of public humiliation. She had mocked my safe, quiet life. Now, she was left with nothing but chaos, while my new, better life was just getting started. I never saw her again. Thanks for watching. Make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the like button. What do you think about this story? Share it in the comments.
Check your car, champ.
The security camera footage showed my wife screwing another man in our bed at 2:47 p.m. on a Tuesday while I was supposed to be installing kitchen cabinets across town. I'm Dave Mitchell, 42 years old, and I run a custom furniture business from my garage. Not glamorous, but it pays the bills and keeps food on the table for my wife Lydia and our 16-year-old daughter Maya. Or at least it did until I watched my marriage explode in high definition on my laptop screen. Dad, you look like you've seen a ghost, Maya said, walking into my workshop where I sat frozen, staring at the damning evidence. Just work stuff, sweetheart. Nothing to worry about. I closed the laptop quickly, my hands shaking. Shouldn't you be at soccer practice? Coach canceled. Mom's not home yet, and I'm starving. Can you make me a sandwich? I nodded absently, following her into the house. The same house where Lydia had been entertaining her lover just 3 hours earlier. The same bed where we'd slept together for 15 years, where Maya had crawled in during thunderstorms as a little girl, where I'd held Lydia through her father's cancer scare 2 years ago. The kitchen felt different now. Everything felt different. Earth to Dad, Maya said, waving her hand in front of my face. You're acting super weird. Sorry, kiddo. Just thinking about a project. I opened the refrigerator, grateful for something normal to do. Turkey and Swiss, okay? Perfect. Oh, and Mom texted. She's working late again tonight. Some big HR thing at the office. Working late. Right. I'd installed those security cameras 3 weeks ago after our neighbor Mrs. Feldman mentioned seeing unusual activity at our house during the day. I'd thought maybe we had a break-in problem. Turns out the only thing being broken into was my marriage. I made Maya's sandwich with mechanical precision, my mind racing. The man in the video was Chris Brennan, Lydia's co-worker from the regional office. I'd met him at company parties, tall, athletic, the kind of guy who wore expensive cologne and talked about his CrossFit times. The kind of guy who made jokes about blue-collar types like me. Dad, you're putting way too much mustard on that sandwich. I looked down. She was right. I'd been squeezing the bottle unconsciously, lost in my thoughts of revenge. After Maya finished eating and went upstairs to do homework, I sat in my workshop, planning. I'm good with my hands, good at building things, good at taking things apart. Tonight, I was going to take my wife's perfect little world apart piece by piece. First, I called my best friend Eddie, who owns Murphy's Tavern downtown. Dave, what's going on, buddy? Eddie, I need a favor. A big one. Name it. Can you cover for me if anyone asks? Say I was at the bar tonight from 6 to closing? There was a pause. Dave, what kind of trouble are you getting into? The kind where I catch my wife cheating and need an alibi for what I'm about to do next. Jesus Christ, you sure about this? I've got it on video, Eddie. High definition, surround sound, the whole production. That witch? Yeah, I got your back. But Dave, don't do anything stupid. Don't worry, I'm not going to hurt anyone. But I am going to make sure everyone knows exactly what kind of person Lydia really is. Next, I called Lydia's parents. Judith and Alan Hartwell lived in the old Victorian house on Maple Street, the one that had been in their family for 3 generations. They were proper people, church-going people, the kind who still believed in marriage vows and family honor. Hello, Alan. It's Dave. I need to talk to you and Judith about something important. Can I come over tonight? Of course, son. Is everything all right? You sound upset. I'll explain when I get there. And Alan, you might want to have Judith sit down for this conversation. At 7:30, I knocked on the Hartwells' front door, laptop bag in hand. Judith answered, her silver hair perfectly styled despite the late hour. Dave, dear, come in. Alan's in the living room. Would you like some coffee? No, thank you, Judith, but you should probably sit down. We gathered in their formal living room, all dark wood and family portraits. I set my laptop on the coffee table between us. I installed security cameras in our house 3 weeks ago, I began. I thought we might have had a break-in. Instead, I discovered something else entirely. I opened the laptop and turned it toward them. This was recorded today at 2:47 p.m. I hit play. Judith gasped and covered her mouth. Alan's face went white, then red, then purple. Turn it off, Judith whispered. Please, turn it off. I closed the laptop. There's more, hours of it. Different days, different positions. Alan stood up abruptly, his hands clenched into fists. That's our daughter. Our daughter, who we raised to be a decent woman, a faithful wife. I'm sorry you had to see that, I said, but I needed you to know the truth before I do what I'm about to do next. What are you planning, Dave? Judith asked, tears streaming down her face. I'm going to make sure everyone knows what she's done, her friends, her co-workers, everyone at church. I'm going to destroy her reputation the same way she destroyed our marriage. Alan nodded slowly. She's made her bed. Now she can lie in it. With Chris Brennan, apparently, I added. The next morning, I put my plan into motion. First, I called my assistant Ray and told him I was taking a few days off for a family emergency. Then I called Lydia at work. Hey, honey, I said, forcing my voice to sound normal. I got a last-minute job in Chicago. Big money, custom dining room set for some tech executive. I'll be gone until Friday. Oh, she said, and I could hear the excitement she was trying to hide. That's great, Dave. The extra money will be nice. Yeah, I'm leaving this afternoon. Kiss Maya for me when she gets home from school. Of course. Drive safe. I hung up and immediately called Mrs. Feldman, our 70-year-old neighbor who knew everyone's business and wasn't shy about sharing it. Mrs. Feldman, it's Dave Mitchell from next door. Oh, hello, dear. How are you? I'm fine, thank you. Listen, I'm going out of town for a few days on business, and I was wondering if you could keep an eye on the house. Maybe watch for any unusual activity. Of course, dear. You know I'm always watching out for the neighborhood. Perfect. Mrs. Feldman had better surveillance skills than the FBI. I spent the rest of the day at Eddie's bar, nursing a beer and waiting. At 4 o'clock, my phone buzzed with a text from Lydia. Chris is coming over for dinner tonight to discuss the Henderson Project. Don't wait up when you get to Chicago. The Henderson Project. Right. At 6 p.m., I parked 3 blocks away from my house and walked back through the woods behind our property. I had a perfect view of our bedroom window from the old oak tree in our backyard, the same tree where Maya's tire swing hung, where we'd carved our initials 20 years ago when we were young and stupid and in love. At 7:15, Chris's silver BMW pulled into my driveway. I watched him walk to my front door carrying a bottle of wine and a bouquet of flowers. My flowers for my wife. In my house. I pulled out my phone and called the house. Lydia answered on the second ring. Hello? Hey, babe, just wanted to let you know I made it to Chicago safely. Oh, that's good. I was just finishing up some work with Chris. Chris is there at our house? Yes, we're going over the Henderson files. You know how complicated that account is. Right, well, don't work too hard. I love you. Love you too. Bye. She hung up quickly. I could see them through the living room window, Chris's hand already on her back, leading her toward the stairs. I waited 30 minutes, then made my move. I still had my house key, obviously. I crept through the front door as quietly as possible, hearing sounds from upstairs that made my stomach turn. I tiptoed to the hall closet and grabbed my old baseball bat, the Louisville Slugger I'd used in high school, the one Lydia always complained about me keeping. Then I called Lydia's parents. Alan, it's Dave. I need you and Judith to come to the house right now. What's wrong? She's here, with him, right now. We'll be right there. I waited on the front porch. The Hartwells arrived 10 minutes later, Alan's face grim, Judith clutching her purse like a tool. Are you sure about this, Dave? Judith whispered. Listen, I said. We stood there in the cool evening air, and the sounds from our bedroom window were unmistakable. Dear God, Judith breathed. I unlocked the front door. After you. We climbed the stairs together, 3 people united in righteous anger. The bedroom door was closed, but not locked. I turned the handle slowly and pushed it open. They were so absorbed in each other that they didn't notice us at first. Chris was wearing my bathrobe, my favorite robe, the one Lydia gave me for Christmas 3 years ago. Lydia was wearing nothing but the pearl necklace her grandmother had left her. "Well, well," I said loudly. "The Henderson Project is certainly more hands-on than I expected." Lydia screamed and grabbed for the sheet. Chris jumped up so fast he tripped over his own feet and crashed into my dresser, sending my watch collection scattering across the floor. "Dave!" Lydia gasped. "What are you— You're supposed to be in Chicago." "Surprise," I said. "I brought some guests." That's when she saw her parents standing behind me. Judith was staring at her daughter with a mixture of horror and disgust. Alan was staring at Chris with pure rage. "Mom?" "Dad, what are you doing here?" "We came to see what kind of woman we raised," Alan said, his voice shaking with fury. "Apparently, we failed." Chris was frantically trying to put on his pants, hopping around on one foot like an idiot. "Mr. Hartwell? Mrs. Hartwell, this isn't what it looks like." "It looks like you're screwing my daughter in her husband's bed while wearing his bathrobe," Alan said. "What exactly should it look like?" "I can explain," Lydia said, clutching the sheet to her chest. "Please do," I said, leaning against the door frame with my arms crossed. "I'm fascinated to hear how this is all a big misunderstanding." She opened her mouth, then closed it again. What was she going to say? That she tripped and fell on Chris's Johnson? "You disgust me," Judith said quietly. "Both of you. In this house, in this bed where my granddaughter was conceived." That hit home. Lydia started crying, but they weren't tears of remorse. They were tears of someone who'd been caught and was feeling sorry for herself. "Everyone just needs to calm down," Chris said, finally getting his pants on. "We can work this out like adults." "Adults?" I laughed. "Adults don't sneak around behind their spouse's back. Adults don't screw their coworker's wife in his own bed. Adults don't lie about working late when they're really working under my wife." "Dave, please," Lydia said. "Can we talk about this privately?" "No," I said. "Privacy is what got us into this mess. From now on, everything is public." Chris tried to push past me toward the door, but I blocked his path. "Where do you think you're going, champ?" "I'm leaving. This is between you and your wife." "Oh no, you're very much part of this conversation. Sit down." "I don't have to listen to this." I picked up my baseball bat from where I'd leaned it against the wall. "I said, sit down." Chris sat on the edge of my bed, still wearing my robe over his hastily pulled-on pants. The irony wasn't lost on me. "Here's what's going to happen," I said, addressing both of them. "First, you're going to tell Lydia's parents exactly how long this has been going on." "Dave, please," Lydia whispered. "How long?" Alan demanded. Lydia looked at the floor. 6 months. 6 months, I repeated. 6 months of working late and business dinners and team-building exercises. 6 months of lying to my face every single day. "It wasn't supposed to happen," Chris said. "It just developed naturally." "Naturally?" Judith said. "There's nothing natural about adultery, young man." "Mrs. Hartwell, you don't understand the pressure we're under at work. Lydia and we connect on a professional level that—" "Shut up," I said. "Just shut up with your corporate buzzword BS. You wanted to screw my wife, so you did. At least have the balls to admit it." Alan stepped forward. "Lydia, look at me." She raised her eyes to meet her father's gaze. "Your mother and I raised you better than this. We taught you about commitment, about honor, about keeping your word. What happened to those values?" "I don't know," she whispered. "I felt trapped. Like my life was just routine. Chris made me feel alive again." "Alive," I repeated. "Well, let's see how alive you feel when everyone at your office sees the security footage." Chris went pale. "What security footage?" I smiled. "The cameras I installed 3 weeks ago. They've been recording everything. Every kiss, every touch, every time you've been in my house screwing my wife. High definition, perfect audio quality." "You can't do that," Lydia said. "That's illegal." "Actually, it's not. It's my house, and I have every right to install security cameras. I also have every right to share that footage with whoever I choose." "Dave, please," she said, tears streaming down her face now. "Think about Maya. Think about our daughter." "I am thinking about Maya. I'm thinking about how she deserves better than a mother who lies and cheats and brings strange men into our home." "I'm not a strange man," Chris protested. "I've been to your barbecues, your Christmas parties." "Right. You have been to our parties. where you ate my food, drank my beer, and planned how to seduce my wife. That actually makes it worse, doesn't it? Judith was staring at her daughter with disgust. How could you do this to your family? To your marriage vows? You don't understand what it's like being married to him, Lydia said, gesturing at me. He's always working, always covered in sawdust, never wants to go anywhere or do anything exciting. So you decided to do someone exciting instead, I said. Problem solved. Alan shook his head. We're leaving. Judith, come on. Wait, I said. There's more. I pulled out my phone and opened the photo gallery. Chris, you might want to see this. I showed him a picture I'd taken of his BMW in our driveway with a clear shot of his license plate. I've been documenting everything. Dates, times, how long you stay, what you bring with you. I've got 3 weeks of evidence showing a pattern of adultery. What do you want? Chris asked. I want you to understand that your life, as you know it, is over. Your girlfriend, Jessica, is going to find out. Your coworkers are going to find out. Your CrossFit buddies are going to find out. Everyone is going to know that Chris Brennan is the kind of man who seduces married women. You bastard, he said. I'm the bastard? I'm not the one who's been screwing someone else's wife for 6 months. Lydia stood up, wrapping the sheet around herself. Fine. You want a divorce? You'll get a divorce. But I'm not going to let you destroy my life over this. Your life? I laughed. Lady, you destroyed your own life the minute you brought him into our bed. The court will see this as harassment, she said. You can't just humiliate us publicly and expect to get away with it. Actually, I can. Everything I plan to do is perfectly legal. Sharing security footage from my own home? Legal. Telling people the truth about what I witnessed? Legal. Making sure everyone knows what kind of people you really are? Completely legal? Chris stood up. I'm leaving now. Sure, I said, stepping aside. But Chris, you might want to check your car before you drive home. He pushed past me and stomped down the stairs. A minute later, we heard him screaming from the driveway. What did you do? Lydia asked. Nothing illegal, I said. But you might want to look out the window. She went to the window and gasped. I had spray-painted homewrecker across Chris's windshield in bright red letters. You can't do that. I just did, and that's just the beginning. Alan put his arm around his wife. Judith, we're going home. Lydia, don't bother calling us until you've figured out how to apologize for this disgrace. After her parents left, Lydia turned to me with fury in her eyes. You think you're so clever, don't you? You think you've won something here? I think I've exposed the truth. Everything else is just consequences. I'll destroy you in the divorce. I'll take half of everything, including your precious workshop. Good luck with that. See, adultery is still grounds for fault-based divorce in this state. And I've got evidence, lots and lots of evidence. She stared at me for a long moment, and I could see her calculating, trying to figure out her next move. Maya's going to hate you for this, she said finally. Maya's going to hate the person who broke up our family. That would be you, in case you're confused. I turned and walked toward the door. Where are you going? She called after me. Out. This is still my house for now, but I can't stand the smell. I drove straight to Murphy's Tavern, where Eddie was waiting with a beer and a sympathetic ear. How'd it go? He asked. Better than expected. Her parents saw everything. Chris is probably still trying to scrape paint off his windshield. Good for you, man. That took balls. Eddie, I need another favor. Name it. I need you to accidentally let it slip to a few people about what happened. You know, just casual conversation. Eddie grinned. Accidentally? I can do accidentally. Murphy's Tavern was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone else's business. By closing time, half the neighborhood would know that Lydia Mitchell was cheating on her husband with some corporate pretty boy. I was 3 beers in when my phone started buzzing with text messages. The first was from Mrs. Feldman. Dear, I saw that young man leaving your house in quite a hurry. Is everything all right? I texted back. Everything's fine now, Mrs. Feldman. Thanks for keeping an eye on things. The second was from Chris. You're going to pay for what you did to my car. I replied, send me the repair bill. I'll frame it. The third was from Lydia. We need to talk. I ignored that one. The fourth was from my daughter Maya. Dad, Mom is crying and won't tell me what's wrong. Where are you? That one sobered me up fast. I called Maya immediately. Hey, sweetheart. Dad, what's going on? Mom's been locked in your bedroom for 2 hours and there's red paint all over the driveway. I'll be home in 20 minutes. We need to have a talk. Is everything okay? No, honey. Everything is definitely not okay. But it will be. I drove home dreading the conversation I was about to have. Maya was smart, mature for her age, but she was still my little girl. How do you tell your 16-year-old daughter that her mother is a cheating liar? Maya was waiting for me in the living room when I walked in. Lydia was nowhere to be seen. Dad, you're scaring me. What happened? I sat down next to her on the couch. Maya, your mom and I are getting divorced. Her face crumpled. Why? What did you do? I didn't do anything, sweetheart. Your mother has been seeing another man. What do you mean, seeing another man? I mean, she's been having an affair for 6 months. Maya stared at me, processing this information. Are you sure? I have video evidence. Oh my God! She put her head in her hands. Who is it? Someone from her work. It doesn't matter who. It does matter. I want to know who destroyed our family. I sighed. His name is Chris Brennan. You've met him at company parties. The guy with the fancy car? The one who always talks about his workout routine? That's him. Maya was quiet for a long time. Then she said, I hate her. Don't say that. She's still your mother. She's a liar and a cheater. How could she do this to us? I don't know, honey. People make bad choices sometimes. Bad choices, Dad? This isn't a bad choice. This is evil. Before I could respond, Lydia appeared at the top of the stairs. Maya, can we talk? No, Maya said firmly. I don't want to talk to you. Please, sweetheart. Let me explain. Explain what? How you've been lying to us for 6 months? How you brought your boyfriend into our house? Lydia came down the stairs slowly. It's complicated, Maya. You don't understand adult relationships. I understand cheating, Maya shot back. I understand lying. I understand that you destroyed our family because you were bored. That's not fair. Fair? Maya stood up, her voice rising. You want to talk about fair? Is it fair that Dad has to find out his wife is cheating by installing security cameras? Is it fair that I have to find out my mother is a liar? Maya, please. No. I'm going to stay with Grandma and Grandpa Hartwell. I can't even look at you right now. Maya ran upstairs to pack a bag. Lydia turned to me with desperation in her eyes. Dave, please. Help me fix this. Fix this? Lydia, you can't fix this. You broke something that can't be repaired. It was a mistake. A stupid, terrible mistake. A mistake is forgetting to pick up milk at the store. This was a choice. 6 months of choices. I'll end it with Chris. I'll do whatever you want. It's too late for that. Way too late. Maya came back downstairs with her overnight bag. I called Grandma. She's coming to pick me up. Maya, please don't go, Lydia begged. We can work through this as a family. We're not a family anymore, Maya said coldly. You made sure of that. 20 minutes later, Judith Hartwell arrived to collect her granddaughter. She didn't even acknowledge Lydia's presence. After they left, the house felt empty and cold. Lydia and I stood in our living room like strangers. So what now? She asked. Now you pack a bag and find somewhere else to stay. I'll file for divorce tomorrow. This is my house too? Not anymore. See, I did some research today. In a fault-based divorce due to adultery, the innocent spouse gets to keep the marital home, especially when there's video evidence of the adultery taking place in said home. Her face went white. You can't kick me out. I'm not kicking you out. I'm asking you to leave voluntarily. If you refuse, I'll have you removed. You bastard. I'm the bastard? Really? After everything you've done, I'm the bad guy here? She went upstairs to pack. While she was gone, I called my lawyer, Jim Patterson, and left a message explaining the situation. When Lydia came back down with her suitcase, I was waiting by the front door. Where will you go? I asked. Chris's apartment, I guess. Good. You two deserve each other. She paused at the door. Dave, I really am sorry. No, you're not. You're sorry you got caught. There's a difference. After she left, I poured myself a large whiskey and sat in my workshop, surrounded by the furniture I'd built with my own hands. Everything in my life that mattered, my marriage, my family, my future, had been destroyed by my wife's selfishness. But I wasn't done yet. Not by a long shot. The next morning, I woke up with a hangover and a plan. I called Jim Patterson first thing. Dave, I got your message. Jesus Christ, what a mess. Jim, I want to destroy them both legally. What are my options? Well, you've got grounds for a fault-based divorce, which means you'll likely get the house, majority custody of Maya, and favorable asset division. As for the boyfriend, if he's been in your house without permission, that could be trespassing. What about at work? They're co-workers. If their relationship violates company policy, that's their problem. Do you know if their company has a fraternization policy? I'll find out. My next call was to Lydia's boss, Regional Director Patricia Walsh. I'd met Patricia several times at company functions. She was a no-nonsense woman who ran a tight ship. Patricia, this is Dave Mitchell, Lydia's husband. Oh, hello, Dave. How are you? I've been better. I'm calling because I thought you should know that Lydia and Chris Brennan have been having an affair for the past 6 months. There was a long pause. That's a very serious accusation, Dave. I have video evidence, security footage from my home showing them together on multiple occasions during work hours. I see. Can you send me that evidence? I'll email it to you this afternoon. Dave, I have to ask, are you sure you want to go down this road? Once I receive that evidence, I'll have to take action. Patricia, they've been using company time and resources to conduct their affair. Chris has been at my house during work hours. They've been lying to their colleagues about their relationship. Yes, I'm sure I want you to see the evidence. I understand. Send me what you have. After I hung up, I spent 2 hours editing the security footage into a comprehensive presentation. I included timestamps showing Chris's car in my driveway during work hours, audio of him and Lydia discussing work matters while in bed together, and clear shots of both their faces so there could be no doubt about their identities. I sent the file to Patricia with a detailed timeline and a list of dates when the affair had taken place during business hours. Then I called Mrs. Feldman. Mrs. Feldman, it's Dave Mitchell. Oh, hello, dear. How are you holding up? I'm managing. Mrs. Feldman, I wanted to thank you for keeping an eye on the house. Your vigilance helped me discover that my wife was having an affair. Oh my goodness, I knew something was going on. That silver car was there so often during the day. Yes, well, I just wanted you to know in case anyone asks. Lydia and I are getting divorced. Of course, dear. Is there anything I can do to help? Actually, if anyone asks about what you saw, please feel free to tell them the truth. Mrs. Feldman was better than a newspaper for spreading information. By evening, everyone in the neighborhood would know about Lydia's affair. My phone rang around noon. It was Chris. You son of a witch, he said without preamble. Good morning to you too, Chris. Patricia Walsh just called me into her office. She's seen your little video presentation. How'd that go? We're both suspended pending investigation. If they find evidence of misconduct, we could be fired. Gee, that's terrible. Maybe you should have thought about that before you decided to screw married women during work hours. You're destroying our careers over a personal matter. Personal matter? Chris, you made it a professional matter when you started using company time to conduct your affair. You made it my business when you started doing it in my house. Lydia's devastated. Good. She should be devastated. She should be ashamed and humiliated and sorry for what she's done. We never meant for this to happen. Bees, you meant for every bit of it to happen. You just didn't mean to get caught. He hung up on me. An hour later, Lydia called. Dave, please, you have to call Patricia Walsh and tell her you made a mistake. I didn't make a mistake. You did. They're going to fire us both. Is that what you want? For me to lose my job? Lydia, I don't care what happens to your job. I don't care what happens to Chris's job. I care about the fact that you destroyed our marriage and humiliated our daughter. I'll do anything. I'll go to counseling. I'll cut off all contact with Chris. It's too late. It's not too late. We can fix this. No, we can't. And even if we could, I wouldn't want to. You showed me who you really are, Lydia. You're not the woman I married. You're not the woman I want to spend the rest of my life with. She was crying now. Please, Dave, I love you. No, you don't. If you loved me, you wouldn't have done this. I hung up and turned off my phone. That evening, Maya called me from her grandparents' house. Dad, Mom came over here crying and begging Grandma and Grandpa to talk to you. What did they say? Grandpa told her she made her bed and now she has to lie in it. Grandma wouldn't even let her in the house. How are you doing, sweetheart? I'm angry, I'm sad, but I'm proud of you for standing up for yourself. Thanks, kiddo. That means a lot. Dad? Are you going to be okay? Yeah, Maya, I'm going to be fine. We both are. 2 days later, Jim Patterson called with an update. Dave, I've got good news and bad news. Give me the bad news first. Lydia's hired a lawyer. She's going to fight the divorce. And the good news? Her lawyer is an idiot. He's trying to claim that your security cameras were installed illegally and that the footage is inadmissible. Is he right? Not even close. You have every right to install security cameras in your own home. The footage is absolutely admissible and it's damning. What about the work situation? I heard through the grapevine that both Lydia and Chris were terminated yesterday for violating company policy. I felt a surge of satisfaction. Really? Really? Apparently your video presentation was very thorough. Their company has a strict policy against fraternization between employees, and conducting personal relationships during work hours is grounds for immediate termination. So they're both unemployed. Both unemployed, both facing a messy divorce proceeding, and both dealing with the social consequences of their actions. Good. The final piece of my revenge came together the following weekend. Eddie called me Saturday morning. Dave, you need to get down to the bar, now. Why? What's happening? Chris is here. He's drunk out of his mind and running his mouth about you. I was there in 10 minutes. Chris was at the bar, 3 sheets to the wind, telling anyone who would listen that I was a psychotic control freak who had ruined his life over nothing. Nothing? I said, walking up behind him. You call 6 months of screwing my wife nothing? He turned around, swaying slightly. Dave, there's the man of the hour. Chris, you're drunk. Go home. I don't have a home anymore. Thanks to you, I can't afford my apartment. Thanks to you, I don't have a job. Thanks to you, my girlfriend left me. Thanks to me? Chris, I didn't make you cheat. I didn't make you lie. I didn't make you destroy 2 families. That was all you. You set us up. You knew we were coming over that night. I knew because you've been coming over for 6 months. I knew because you're both terrible liars. The bar had gone quiet. Everyone was watching our confrontation. You want to know the truth? Chris said loudly. Your wife came to me. She said you were boring in bed, boring in life, boring in every way that matters. That was it. I grabbed Chris by his shirt and slammed him against the bar. You want to talk about boring? Let's talk about how you're a 34-year-old man who peaked in high school. Let's talk about how you have to seduce married women because no single woman will put up with your BS for more than a month. Get your hands off me. Let's talk about how you're unemployed, homeless, and universally despised by everyone who knows what you did. I released him and stepped back. You're pathetic, Chris. You were pathetic when you were sneaking around with my wife, and you're pathetic now. He took a swing at me. I ducked easily and watched him stumble past me, crashing into a table. Eddie, call him a cab, I said. He's done here. As Chris was dragged out of the bar, still mumbling threats and insults, I realized that my revenge was complete. Lydia had lost her job, her family, her reputation, and her future. Chris had lost everything too. Their affair had cost them more than they could have possibly imagined. I walked out of Murphy's Tavern into the cool night air, feeling lighter than I had in months. Tomorrow, I would start rebuilding my life. Tonight, I was finally free. Maya moved back home the following week. We ordered pizza and watched movies, just the 2 of us, like we used to when she was little. Dad, she said during a commercial break. Yeah? I'm glad you fought back. I'm glad you didn't just let them get away with it. Me too, kiddo. Me too. 6 months later, the divorce was final. I got the house, majority custody of Maya, and most of our assets. Lydia got a small settlement and weekend visitation rights. She moved to another state with what was left of her savings. Chris moved back in with his parents. I kept the security cameras.
Let the truth fly faster than their lies.
The misdelivered envelope changed everything. Milo Greavy stared at the court document addressed to Nathan Ellsworth, wondering why his wife's boss needed a divorce lawyer when everyone knew the guy had been single for 2 years. The paper felt heavier than the steel beams he welded 40 hours a week at Peterson Fabrication. October rain drummed against the kitchen window of their cramped duplex on Dalton Road. Leanne wouldn't be home for another hour. Milo set the envelope on the counter and walked to their shared tablet, the one they used for grocery lists and car maintenance reminders. His calloused fingers found the Google Maps history. Tuesday, 4:47 p.m., Riverside Hotel, downtown. Wednesday, 5:23 p.m., same location. Thursday, 4:52 p.m., same location again. Leanne had told him she was working late all 3 days. Her office was 12 miles in the opposite direction. Milo's hands didn't shake. They never did, not after 17 years of precision welding. But something cold settled in his chest. as he memorized the hotel address and deleted the search history. He replaced the tablet exactly where he'd found it and walked to the garage. His old Ford pickup started on the second try. The suspension groaned as he backed out of the driveway, past the rusted mailbox with Greevy painted in fading letters. The courthouse envelope sat on the passenger seat like evidence waiting for a jury. Peterson Fabrications night shift supervisor, Danny Torres, had called that morning with news that made Milo's jaw clench. Equipment failures. 3 separate incidents in 2 days. The hydraulic press that Milo had personally maintained for 6 years suddenly lost pressure. The cutting torch he'd used yesterday developed a mysterious gas leak. The overhead crane he'd operated for a decade failed its safety inspection. "Gotta suspend you pending investigation," Danny had said, avoiding eye contact. "Union rules. Full pay, but stay home until we figure out what's happening." Milo had nodded and collected his lunchbox without argument. 17 years of perfect safety records didn't disappear overnight. Someone wanted him gone from that job site, at least temporarily. The question was, why? Now, driving through the industrial district where empty warehouses cast long shadows, Milo began connecting dots he'd ignored for months. Leanne's sudden interest in their financial accounts, her insistence on putting both their names on everything, her casual questions about his pension and union benefits. The Riverside Hotel sat on a hill overlooking the Mahoning River. Expensive. The kind of place logistics executives took their wives for anniversaries, not the kind of place married women met their bosses for work discussions. Milo parked across the street under a broken streetlight and waited. He'd learned patience in the service, before the factory jobs, before marriage, when waiting meant the difference between coming home and coming home in a box. The rain continued, creating rivers on the windshield that made the hotel's warm windows look like watercolors. At 6:15 p.m., Leanne's silver Honda pulled into the hotel parking lot. She sat in the car for 2 minutes, checking her makeup in the rearview mirror, then walked quickly to the lobby entrance. Her stride had purpose. This wasn't her first time here. 15 minutes later, Nathan Ellsworth's black BMW pulled up to the valet stand. Even from across the street, Milo recognized the confident walk, the expensive coat, the way other people moved aside when he passed. Nate commanded rooms the way Milo commanded welding torches, with practiced authority. Milo started his truck and drove home. He had work to do. The garage smelled like motor oil and metal shavings. Milo's workspace occupied half the space, organized with military precision. Every tool had its place. Every project had its timeline. On the workbench sat a surveillance camera drone that he and his friend Hal Bishop had built 2 summers ago, back when they thought retirement meant fishing and tinkering with electronics. Hal lived 3 blocks away in a house that had seen better decades. He answered his door wearing a bathrobe and holding a beer despite the early hour. "Milo, what's wrong? You look like someone kicked your dog. Need to borrow that drone we built. The one with the good camera." Hal studied his friend's face. They'd known each other since high school, had served in different branches, but the same war had stood up at each other's weddings. Hal's marriage had ended badly. Milo's was apparently heading the same direction. "This about Leanne? This about truth?" Hal disappeared into his cluttered living room and returned with a metal case. "Batteries charged. Memory cards empty." "You sure about this?" "I'm sure about nothing anymore. That's the problem." "Want backup?" "Want deniability. If this goes wrong, I did it alone." Hal handed over the case. "You didn't get this from me." Milo drove back to the hotel district as darkness settled over the city. The drone launched silently from a public park 2 blocks away, its electric motors barely audible over the October wind. The camera's night vision turned the hotel's top floors into a green-tinted fishbowl, room 417. Milo made note of the number as he guided the drone close enough to confirm what he already knew. Through partially open curtains, he watched his wife of 12 years embrace another man with an intimacy that turned his stomach. The drone returned to his hands with 47 minutes of high-definition video. Enough evidence to destroy her in divorce court. Enough truth to shatter whatever was left of his faith in people? But Milo Greevy was a union man, trained to think in terms of strategy rather than emotion. Destroying Leanne would cost him half of everything he'd built. Destroying Nate Ellsworth might actually improve his position. He drove home through empty streets, past the factory where he'd been suspended, past the diner where he and Leanne used to eat breakfast on Sundays, past the future that was crumbling like the town's abandoned steel mills. Leanne's car sat in their driveway. The kitchen light was on. She looked up from her laptop when he entered, her expression carefully neutral. "You're home early." "Suspension, remember? Nothing but time these days." "Right. I forgot." She closed the laptop. "How are you handling it?" "One day at a time." "How was your day?" "Busy. Nate has us working on a big contract with the State Transportation Department. Lots of late meetings." Milo poured himself coffee and sat across from her at the kitchen table. The misdelivered envelope still lay where he'd left it, seemingly forgotten. "Sounds important. It could change everything for the company. For us, I mean. More stability, better benefits." "That's good news." Leanne smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "I should shower. Long day." She left the kitchen and Milo heard water running upstairs. He opened her laptop. She'd never changed the password from their anniversary date and found exactly what he expected. Email drafts to Nate filled with intimacies and future plans. A real estate search for condos in Columbus. A research folder about asset protection during divorce proceedings. She'd been planning this for months. The equipment failures at his job site suddenly made sense. Nate's company provided logistics services to Peterson Fabrication. A few strategic delays, some misplaced maintenance schedules, and Milo would be out of work with reduced bargaining power in divorce negotiations. Milo closed the laptop and finished his coffee. The shower was still running upstairs. He walked to the garage and opened a metal filing cabinet that held 17 years of union paperwork, tax returns, and employment records. At the bottom, wrapped in plastic, was a life insurance policy that Leanne didn't know existed. His union provided basic coverage, but Milo had purchased additional protection years ago when they'd talked about having children. The conversation had never progressed beyond talking, but the policy had remained active. $500,000 payable to his estate if he died accidentally while employed in his trade. He replaced the policy and pulled out a different folder. Emergency contact information for every union member at Peterson Fabrication, including their private cell numbers. Milo had served as shop steward for 3 years. He knew which men owed favors, which ones needed work, which ones would keep their mouths shut for the right price. The shower stopped running. Milo heard Leanne moving around upstairs, probably checking her phone for messages from Nate. He walked back to the kitchen and sat down with a legal pad, sketching plans the way he'd learned to sketch weld patterns in technical school. By the time Leanne came downstairs in her bathrobe, Milo had filled 3 pages with detailed diagrams and contact names. She glanced at his work but didn't ask questions. They'd been strangers long enough that curiosity about each other's activities had died a natural death. "I'm tired," she said. "Think I'll read in bed. I'll be up later. Got some union business to sort out." She kissed his forehead with the mechanical affection of a business partner and disappeared upstairs. Milo heard the bedroom door close, followed by the soft sound of her phone buzzing with text messages. He picked up his cell phone and scrolled through his contacts until he found Hal Bishop's number. "It's late," Hal answered. "Need to talk." "Can you come over?" "Give me 10 minutes. Hal arrived wearing jeans and a flannel shirt, carrying a thermos of coffee and a suspicious expression. They sat in the garage with the door closed, speaking in low voices. "She's planning to leave me," Milo said without preamble. Found email drafts about lawyers and apartments in Columbus. They've been meeting at the Riverside Hotel for weeks. "Crap. I'm sorry, brother." "Don't be sorry yet. Be practical." "You still got contacts from your security days?" Hal had spent 2 years after the Army working private security for corporate executives who lived in fear of kidnapping or industrial espionage. He'd left that world when the paranoia started affecting his sleep, but he'd maintained relationships with people who specialized in information gathering. Depends what you need. Background check on Nathan Ellsworth. Financial records, legal troubles, anything that might give us leverage. That's not cheap. I've got money. Pension fund's been growing for 17 years. Hal studied his friend's face in the garage's fluorescent light. "You planning something stupid?" "Planning something careful. Stupid would be confronting them directly. Careful means understanding the battlefield before the first move is made. What about evidence?" "You got proof of the affair?" Milo tapped the drone case. 47 minutes of high-definition video, but that's not the tool. That's just ammunition. Then what's the tool? Time, planning. And the fact that they think I'm too stupid to figure it out. Hal poured coffee from his thermos and passed the cup to Milo. "Tell me what you need." The next morning, Milo drove to downtown's legal district and found the office of Timothy Bedwell, the lawyer who handled union contract disputes. Tim was a thin man in his 50s who wore cheap suits and expensive glasses, known for his ability to find loopholes in corporate agreements. Milo heard about the suspension. Total nonsense, safety violations, if you ask me. That's why I'm here. Need advice about protecting assets during employment disputes? Tim leaned back in his chair. They trying to fire you? Don't know yet. But if they are, I want to make sure Leanne doesn't get hurt financially. It was a careful lie, designed to sound like a concerned husband rather than a man planning war. Tim spent an hour explaining emergency asset protection procedures available to union members facing termination. Ohio law allowed married workers to transfer certain assets to offshore accounts or family trusts if they could demonstrate imminent financial threat to their households. Paperwork takes about a week, Tim explained. But once it's filed, those assets are protected even if you lose your job or face other financial challenges. What kind of assets? Retirement accounts, savings, investment properties. Anything that's not specifically marital property. Milo had been saving money in accounts that Leanne didn't know about for years. Not because he was planning divorce, but because factory workers learned early to prepare for layoffs and economic downturns. That nest egg, combined with his union pension, totaled nearly $200,000. I'll need those forms, Milo said. That afternoon, he met Rebecca Armitage at a coffee shop near the university. Becca was Nate's ex-wife, a woman in her 40s who taught English at the community college and drank too much wine on weekends. Hal's security contact had provided her number along with a detailed background report on Nathan Ellsworth. Becca arrived wearing dark sunglasses and carrying a stack of graded papers. She looked like a woman who'd been beautiful before disappointment settled into the lines around her eyes. You must be Milo. Hal said you wanted to discuss Nate. That's right. I understand you were married to him for 8 years. 8 years too many. She ordered a double espresso and lit a cigarette despite the no smoking signs. What's your interest in my ex-husband? He's sleeping with my wife. Becca laughed, but there was no humor in it. Of course he is. That man can't be faithful to a grocery list, much less a marriage. I need to understand him. His patterns, his weaknesses, his fears, planning revenge, planning justice. Becca studied Milo's face through her sunglasses. Nate's afraid of 3 things: losing money, losing status, and losing control. He cheated on me with his secretary, then with his accountant, then with a client's wife. Each time, he promised it would never happen again. Each time, he blamed someone else for tempting him. How did your divorce end? Badly. He hid assets, manipulated witnesses, convinced the judge that I was unstable because I'd started drinking after I found out about the cheating. I got almost nothing. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Be smart. Nate's good at making people underestimate him, but he's terrible under pressure. Start applying pressure in the right places, and he'll make mistakes. Becca finished her coffee and stubbed out her cigarette. You seem like a decent man, Milo. Don't let him destroy you the way he destroyed me. She left without saying goodbye, and Milo sat alone with her words echoing in his head. Nate was good at making people underestimate him. The equipment failures at Peterson Fabrication suddenly seemed like more than coincidence. That evening, Milo called Danny Torres at home. Danny, it's Milo. Got a question about those equipment failures? Look, I can't discuss the investigation over the phone. Not asking about the investigation, asking about maintenance schedules. When was the last time Ellsworth Logistics delivered replacement parts to our shop? There was silence on the line. Finally, Danny sighed. Last month. Hydraulic components for the press you were using. Why? Just curious. Thanks, Danny. Milo hung up and walked to his garage workshop. On the wall hung a calendar where he marked important dates. Paydays, union meetings, Leanne's work schedule. He flipped back to September and found the date when Ellsworth Logistics had delivered parts to Peterson Fabrication. 3 days later, the hydraulic press had failed its first inspection in 6 years. Nate wasn't just sleeping with Milo's wife. He was systematically destroying Milo's employment to improve his leverage in the inevitable divorce proceedings. The equipment failures weren't accidents. They were sabotage. Milo picked up his phone and called Hal. Time to escalate, he said when Hal answered. What do you need? Remember that warehouse where we used to work on the drone, the abandoned place out on River Road? What about it? Still got the key? Yeah. Why? Because we're going to set a trap. The warehouse had been empty for 3 years, since Consolidated Manufacturing moved their operations to Mexico. Hal had worked security there during the transition, and he'd kept a key when the property management company forgot to collect it. The building was perfect for Milo's purposes, isolated, accessible, and equipped with electrical systems that could be modified without attracting attention. More importantly, it had a legitimate reason for Nate to visit. Milo spent 2 days researching property records and zoning laws. The warehouse sat on 12 acres of industrial land that had been rezoned for mixed commercial use. With the right permits, it could be converted into anything from artist studios to event venues. On Thursday morning, Milo called Ellsworth Logistics and asked to speak with Nate directly. "Mr. Ellsworth, this is Milo Greavy. I'm married to Leanne, your executive assistant." "Of course. Milo, how are you? Leanne speaks of you often." The lie came so smoothly that Milo almost admired its construction. "I'm fine, thanks. Listen, I have a business proposition that might interest you. Real estate investment opportunity." "I'm listening." "There's a warehouse property out on River Road that's been rezoned for commercial development. Previous owner died, estate's looking to sell fast. I'm thinking it could be converted into event space, maybe studios for artists. Leanne mentioned you have experience with property development. That's intriguing. What's the timeline?" "Estate wants offers by next week. I was hoping you and Leanne could take a look at it with me. Saturday afternoon, maybe? I've got keys from the real estate agent." There was pause while Nate consulted his calendar. "Saturday works. What time?" 3 o'clock, I'll meet you both there." "Excellent. Send me the address." Milo provided directions and hung up. Then he called Leanne at work. "Honey, I've got exciting news. Remember that business idea I mentioned about buying property for renovation? I found a place, and Nate's agreed to look at it with us on Saturday." "Nate? Why Nate?" "He's got experience with commercial real estate. I thought he could give us professional advice." Leanne was quiet for a moment. "I don't think mixing business with personal relationships is a good idea. Come on, Leanne, we could use the expert opinion. Besides, it would be good for you to see me taking initiative with investments, right?" She agreed reluctantly, and Milo smiled as he hung up. The trap was set. Friday night, Milo and Hal worked until dawn preparing the warehouse. They installed motion-activated cameras in 6 locations, hidden inside old electrical boxes and ventilation grates. They rigged the main electrical panel with remote switches that could cut power to specific sections of the building. Most importantly, they prepared what Hal called the insurance policy. "You sure about this?" Hal asked as they tested the detonation system for the 3rd time. "Sure about the electronics, sure about the timing, sure about the necessity. And if something goes wrong, then we deny everything and act surprised when the police ask questions." The explosive device was simple, a small charge hidden inside an old transformer box connected to a remote trigger. With a range of 200 yards. The explosion would be loud enough to be heard across the industrial district, but small enough to cause property damage rather than personal injury. Milo had learned demolition techniques during his Army service, back when removing obstacles was part of the job description. The charge was designed to simulate an electrical fire that got out of control, the kind of accident that happened in abandoned buildings where copper thieves and homeless people sometimes started fires for warmth. Saturday arrived gray and cold with the smell of rain in the air. Milo drove to the warehouse an hour early and positioned himself in a delivery truck that Hal had borrowed from his current employer. The truck sat behind a cluster of trees 300 yards from the warehouse entrance, with clear sight lines to the building and the access road. At 2:45 p.m., Leanne's silver Honda appeared on River Road, followed by Nate's black BMW. They parked near the warehouse's main entrance, and Milo watched through binoculars as they waited for him to arrive. He let them wait 15 minutes before calling Leanne's cell phone. "I'm running late," he told her. "Had to stop for gas. Go ahead and look around outside. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Through the binoculars, he watched Leanne relay this message to Nate. They walked around the building's perimeter, pointing at architectural features and discussing renovation possibilities. To anyone watching, they looked like potential business partners evaluating an investment opportunity. But Milo noticed other details. The way Nate's hand touched the small of Leanne's back, the way she leaned close to hear his whispered comments, the way they moved together with practiced intimacy. At exactly 3:15 p.m., Milo triggered the explosive device. The blast echoed across the industrial district like thunder, followed by the crash of falling debris and the hiss of escaping steam from ruptured pipes. A column of smoke rose from the warehouse's electrical room, and within minutes, the building's fire suppression system activated. Milo watched Leanne and Nate run to their cars, then drive away in opposite directions without stopping to investigate the explosion or check for casualties. Their panic told him everything he needed to know about their priorities. He waited until the first fire truck arrived, then called Leanne's cell phone. "Jesus Christ, what happened?" he shouted into the phone. "I just got to River Road and there's fire trucks everywhere." "The warehouse exploded." Leanne's voice was shaky. "We were walking around outside when something blew up inside the building. Nate and I got out of there as fast as we could." "Are you hurt?" "No, we're fine. But Milo, that was terrifying. What if we'd been inside when it happened?" "Thank God you weren't." "Where are you now?" "Driving home." Nate went back to his office to call his insurance company. He's worried about liability since we were on the property. Milo drove home through back roads, avoiding the emergency vehicles that were still responding to the warehouse fire. By the time he arrived, Leanne was sitting at the kitchen table with a glass of wine, looking genuinely shaken. "That was the scariest thing I've ever experienced," she said. "One minute we're discussing renovation costs. The next minute, the whole building's exploding." "Old electrical systems," Milo said. "That's why those places sit empty for years. Too expensive to bring them up to code." He made coffee and sat across from her, playing the role of concerned husband. "I'm sorry I suggested looking at that place. Should have done more research first. It's not your fault. These things happen." But over the following days, Milo noticed changes in Leanne's behavior. She checked her phone more frequently. She worked later at the office. She seemed distracted during conversations, as if part of her attention was always elsewhere. More importantly, she began asking casual questions about their finances. How much money did he have in his union pension? What would happen to their house if he lost his job permanently? Had he considered what they would do if Peterson Fabrication closed down entirely? Milo answered these questions with deliberate vagueness, portraying himself as a man too focused on day-to-day survival to think strategically about long-term planning. He let her believe that he was financially vulnerable and emotionally dependent on their relationship. Meanwhile, he continued his own preparations. Tim Bedwell filed the paperwork to protect Milo's hidden assets, creating a legal barrier that would prevent those funds from being divided in divorce proceedings. Hal's security contact provided updated reports on Nate's business activities, revealing a pattern of corner cutting and regulatory violations that could be used as leverage. Most importantly, Milo began building relationships with people who owed Nate money or had grievances against Ellsworth Logistics. The business world was smaller than most people realized, especially in a declining industrial town where everyone knew everyone else's secrets. 3 weeks after the warehouse explosion, Milo received a phone call that changed everything. "Mr. Greavy, this is Detective Rennie Malik with the City Police. I'd like to ask you some questions about the incident on River Road." Detective Malik was a chain-smoking woman in her 50s who transferred from Columbus after an armed incident that ended her prospects for promotion. She had the tired eyes of someone who'd seen too many crimes that were almost impossible to prove in court. They met at a diner downtown, where Malik ordered black coffee and studied Milo with professional interest. "Tell me about your relationship with Nathan Ellsworth," she said without preamble. "He's my wife's boss. Don't know him personally. But you were planning to do business with him." "Was hoping to get his advice about a real estate investment. Guy's got experience with commercial properties." Malik lit a cigarette and blew smoke toward the ceiling. "Funny thing about that warehouse explosion. Fire department says it was caused by an electrical malfunction, but the insurance company's not so sure." "What do you mean?" "Mean they found traces of accelerant in the debris. Not enough to prove arson, but enough to make them nervous about paying claims." Milo kept his expression neutral. "That's weird. Very weird, especially since the building's been empty for 3 years. Makes you wonder who would want to blow up an abandoned warehouse and why they'd pick that particular day to do it." "Any theories?" "Few theories. None I can prove yet." Malik studied Milo's face through her cigarette smoke. "You know what I think, Mr. Greavy? I think someone wanted to send a message. Question is, what was the message and who was supposed to receive it?" "I wouldn't know about that." "No, I don't suppose you would." Malik stubbed out her cigarette. But if you hear anything interesting, you'll let me know, right? After the detective left, Milo sat in the diner for another hour, thinking through the implications of her visit. The police suspected sabotage, but they couldn't prove it. More importantly, they didn't seem to be looking at him as a primary suspect. That evening, he called Rebecca Armitage. "Becca, it's Milo. We met at the coffee shop a few weeks ago. I remember. What's wrong?" "You sound stressed. Need another favor, information about Nate's business practices, specifically whether he's ever been investigated for fraud or regulatory violations." There was silence on the line. Finally, Becca sighed. "Why do you ask?" "Because I think he's been sabotaging my job to improve his position in a divorce that he and my wife are planning." "Jesus, you're sure about this?" "Sure enough, to risk everything on it." Becca was quiet for a long moment. "Meet me tomorrow night, same coffee shop. Bring a notebook." The next evening, Becca arrived carrying a manila folder thick with documents. She looked like a woman who'd been drinking before their meeting, but her voice was steady as she spread papers across the table. "Nate's company has been under investigation by the State Transportation Department for 18 months, she said. Overcharging on contracts, using substandard materials, falsifying inspection reports. Nothing they can prosecute yet, but enough red flags to make auditors nervous." "How do you know this?" "Because I still have friends in the state government. People who remember when Nate and I were married, people who never liked him but had to do business with him anyway." She handed Milo a stack of photocopied documents. Contract violations, safety complaints, whistleblower reports from former employees. Nate's been walking a tightrope for years, using political connections to avoid serious consequences. What would happen if this information became public? His company would lose its state contracts overnight. He'd be bankrupt within 6 months. Milo studied the documents, recognizing some of the project names from conversations he'd overheard between Leanne and her co-workers. "Why are you giving me this?" "Because Nate destroyed my life, and I want to watch him lose everything the way I lost everything." Becca's voice was bitter with old anger. "Besides, your wife's planning to leave you for a man who's going to be unemployed very soon. She just doesn't know it yet." That night, Milo made photocopies of Becca's documents and began cross-referencing them with information from Hal's security contact. The pattern that emerged was unmistakable. Ellsworth Logistics had been systematically defrauding state contracts while using political influence to avoid oversight. More importantly, several of the contracts involved Peterson Fabrication as a subcontractor. If Nate's company lost its state certification, Peterson would lose those contracts as well, potentially triggering layoffs that would affect Milo's job security. The irony was perfect. Nate was destroying his own future while trying to manipulate Milo's present. But Milo needed more than documents to build his case. He needed witnesses, recorded conversations, evidence that would stand up in court. Most importantly, he needed to force Nate and Leanne into making mistakes that would expose their plans. The opportunity came 2 weeks later when Leanne announced that she would be working late again. "Big presentation tomorrow," she explained. "Nate wants the whole team to stay until we get it right." "What kind of presentation?" "New contract proposal for the State Highway Department. Could be worth millions if we get it." Milo nodded sympathetically and wished her luck. Then he waited until she left for work and called Hal. "Time for phase 2, he said. "What do you need?" "Need you to make some phone calls." Anonymous tips to the state auditor's office about contract irregularities at Ellsworth Logistics. That's dangerous territory, brother. More dangerous to do nothing. If Nate gets that highway contract, he'll have enough political protection to survive any investigation. We need to strike while he's vulnerable. Hal made the calls from a payphone outside a gas station in the next county, using a voice modulator that he'd built for their drone experiments. He reported suspected fraud in highway construction contracts, providing just enough detail to trigger an official investigation without revealing how he'd obtained the information. 3 days later, state auditors arrived at Ellsworth Logistics without warning. Milo learned about the audit from Danny Torres, who heard about it from the purchasing manager at Peterson Fabrication. "They're going through every contract Ellsworth has with the state," Danny explained. "Looking for irregularities, safety violations, anything that might indicate fraud." "Think they'll find anything?" "Brother, they always find something when they look that hard." That evening, Leanne came home 2 hours later than usual, looking exhausted and worried. Rough day? Milo asked. The worst. State auditors showed up this morning and started demanding documents going back 3 years. Nate's been in meetings with lawyers all day. That sounds serious. It is serious. If they find anything wrong, the company could lose its state contracts. That's 60% of our business. Milo made appropriate noises of concern while internally celebrating. The trap was closing exactly as he'd planned. Over the following week, Leanne's stress levels increased dramatically. She worked 12-hour days, came home exhausted, and spent her evenings on phone calls with lawyers and accountants. Her conversations with Nate became terse and professional, focused on damage control rather than romantic planning. More importantly, she stopped asking questions about Milo's finances. The woman who'd been planning to divorce her husband for a richer man suddenly found herself wondering if her rich man would still be rich when the auditors finished their work. Milo watched this transformation with satisfaction. Leanne had always been attracted to security and status. When those things became uncertain, her commitment wavered. But Nate wasn't finished fighting. On a Thursday evening in late November, he called Milo directly. "Milo, we need to talk." Man to man. About what? About the future, about business opportunities, about making sure everyone gets what they deserve. They arranged to meet at a bar downtown, neutral territory where they could speak privately. Milo arrived early and chose a table near the back, where conversations couldn't be overheard by other patrons. Nate arrived wearing an expensive suit that couldn't quite hide the stress lines around his eyes. He ordered whiskey neat and got straight to the point. "I know you know," he said. "Know what?" "About Leanne and me. About our relationship." Milo sipped his beer and studied Nate's face. "What relationship?" "Don't play stupid, Milo." "It doesn't suit you." Nate leaned forward. "Look, this doesn't have to be ugly. Leanne and I care about each other, but we also care about you. We want everyone to come out of this situation in good shape." "What situation?" "The divorce. The asset division. The transition to new living arrangements." Milo set down his beer and looked directly into Nate's eyes. "Who said anything about divorce? Come on, Milo. You're not happy. Leanne's not happy. Why drag this out when we could handle it like civilized adults? Maybe because I love my wife and I'm not interested in giving her up to another man." Nate's composure cracked slightly. "This isn't about giving her up. This is about accepting reality. Leanne's made her choice. The question is whether you're going to fight it or work with us to make the transition as painless as possible." "What kind of transition?" "Financial settlement. You keep the house, your pension, your union benefits. Leanne keeps her job and her freedom to make new choices. Everyone wins." Milo pretended to consider this offer. "What about your audit problems?" "Heard the state's looking pretty hard at your company's contracts." Nate's face hardened. "That's temporary. Political theater. Will be cleared within a month. And if you're not cleared, then we'll deal with that when it happens." "But Milo, this conversation isn't about my business problems. It's about your marriage problems." "Maybe they're connected." "What do you mean?" Milo leaned back in his chair. "Maybe a man who's willing to sabotage another man's job to steal his wife isn't the kind of man who deserves to keep his own job." The color drained from Nate's face. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Equipment failures at Peterson Fabrication. Mysterious problems with machinery that worked fine until your company delivered replacement parts. Funny how those failures happened right when you needed me out of the way." "You're paranoid." "Am I? Or am I just paying attention?" Milo finished his beer and stood up. "Here's what's going to happen, Nate. You're going to leave my wife alone. You're going to focus on surviving your audit. And you're going to pray that I don't decide to share what I know with the wrong people. You don't know anything. I know enough." Milo dropped a 20 on the table. "Enjoy your whiskey. Might be the last expensive drink you buy for a while." He left Nate sitting alone at the table and drove home through the November darkness. The confrontation had gone exactly as planned. Nate was rattled, defensive, and beginning to make the kind of mistakes that desperate men always made. Leanne was asleep when he arrived home, but her laptop was open on the kitchen counter. Milo found draft emails that confirmed his suspicions. She and Nate were planning to delay their escape until after the audit concluded. They were hoping his company would survive the investigation, but preparing contingency plans in case it didn't. One email, addressed to a divorce attorney in Columbus, outlined a strategy for claiming emotional abandonment and financial neglect. Leanne was planning to portray herself as the victim of a husband who cared more about his job than his family. Another email, this one to a real estate agent, inquired about rental properties in Cleveland and Pittsburgh. Backup plans for a backup plan. Milo closed the laptop and walked to his workshop. On the wall hung a calendar where he'd been marking important dates: audit deadlines, contract renewal dates, union meeting schedules. Everything was falling into place according to his timeline. The next morning brought news that accelerated his plans. Danny Torres called with an update from Peterson Fabrications front office. State auditors found irregularities in 3 major contracts, Danny reported. Ellsworth Logistics is being suspended from all state work pending further investigation. How long will that take? Could be months, could be years. Depends what else they find. Milo thanked Danny and immediately called Tim Bedwell, the union lawyer. Tim, remember those asset protection forms we filed? I need to activate them. What's the emergency? Peterson's about to lose its biggest contracts. Layoffs are coming, and I want my finances protected before the divorce proceedings start. Tim spent an hour on the phone with various state agencies, activating the legal protections that would shield Milo's hidden assets from division in divorce. Court. By noon, nearly $200,000 had been transferred to accounts that Leanne couldn't touch. That evening, she came home looking defeated. Nate's company lost its state contracts, she announced without preamble. That's terrible. What does it mean for your job? I don't know yet. He's meeting with lawyers tomorrow to discuss options. Milo made sympathetic noises while internally calculating how long Ellsworth Logistics could survive without its primary revenue source. Based on the financial documents that Becca had provided, the company had less than 6 months of operating capital. I'm sure it'll work out, he told Leanne. Nate seems like a smart businessman. She looked at him strangely. Since when do you have opinions about Nate's business skills? Since you started talking about him every day for the past 6 months. The comment hit its target. Leanne's face flushed, and she turned away to pour herself wine. He's my boss. Of course I talk about work. Of course. That weekend, Milo put the final pieces of his plan into motion. He called Rebecca Armitage and arranged to meet her at a restaurant outside the city, where they were unlikely to encounter anyone who knew either of them. I need you to make a phone call, he told her. What kind of call? Anonymous tip to the state attorney general's office. Information about Ellsworth Logistics contract violations that might interest federal investigators. Becca stared at him across the table. You want to escalate this to federal charges? Want to make sure Nate doesn't have time to cover his tracks or destroy evidence? That could send him to prison. That's the idea. She was quiet for a long moment, considering the implications. What about Leanne? She works for him. If the company gets raided by federal agents, she could be questioned as a potential witness. She could also be charged as an accessory if they find evidence that she knew about the fraud. Did she know? She processed invoices, managed contracts, scheduled meetings with state officials. If there was fraud happening, she was involved whether she understood it or not. Becca made the call from a payphone in the restaurant's parking lot using the same voice modulator that Hal had used for his earlier tips. She reported suspected federal contract violations and money laundering, providing enough specific details to trigger an FBI investigation. Within a week, federal agents raided Ellsworth Logistics. Milo learned about the raid from a news report on the local television station. Armed agents had seized computers, files, and financial records. 3 employees, including Nathan Ellsworth, had been arrested on charges of conspiracy to defraud the federal government. Leanne called him from work, her voice shaking with panic. Milo, you need to come get me. The FBI is here. They're arresting people. I think I'm going to be questioned. Stay calm. Don't answer any questions without a lawyer present. I can't afford a lawyer. I'll figure something out. Just don't say anything until I get there. Milo drove to Ellsworth Logistics and found the parking lot filled with federal vehicles. Leanne stood near her car, surrounded by agents who were asking questions about her role in the company's operations. That's my wife, Milo told the lead agent. She's not answering any questions without legal representation. The agent, a thin man in his 40s, studied Milo with professional interest. Mr. Greavy, we'd like to ask you some questions as well. About what? About your relationship with Nathan Ellsworth. About any business dealings you might have had with his company. Milo's pulse quickened, but he kept his voice steady. I don't have any business dealings with Ellsworth Logistics. My wife works there, but I'm just a factory worker. What about the warehouse on River Road? The one that exploded while you were supposed to meet Mr. Ellsworth there? That was a coincidence. Bad timing. The agent handed Milo a business card. We'll be in touch. In the meantime, your wife is free to go, but she shouldn't leave the state without notifying us. During the drive home, Leanne sat in silence, staring out the window at the gray December landscape. Finally, she spoke. They know about Nate and me. What do you mean? One of the agents asked if I was having an extramarital relationship with my boss. They have photos, Milo. Surveillance photos from the hotel. Milo felt a cold satisfaction settle in his chest. The FBI investigation was even more thorough than he'd hoped. What did you tell them? Nothing. But they know. Knowing and proving are different things. Not when they have photographs. That night, Leanne packed a suitcase and moved into her sister's apartment across town. She claimed she needed space to think, but Milo knew she was preparing for the inevitable divorce proceedings. With Nate facing federal charges and her own legal troubles mounting, she could no longer afford to wait for a better opportunity. The divorce papers arrived 3 days before Christmas. Milo read them carefully, noting that Leanne was asking for half of everything. The house, his pension, his savings, his union benefits. She was also claiming emotional distress and requesting alimony based on her reduced earning capacity due to the trauma of being investigated by federal agents. He called Tim Bedwell immediately. She's asking for assets that don't exist anymore, Tim said after reviewing the documents. The emergency protections we filed mean she can't touch your pension or your protected savings. What about the house? That's still marital property. But given her legal troubles, a judge might not be sympathetic to her financial demands. What legal troubles? Haven't you heard? The FBI filed additional charges yesterday. Conspiracy, money laundering, tax evasion. Leanne's named as a potential co-conspirator based on her access to financial records. Milo hung up and walked to his workshop, where he'd been building a sculpture from scrap metal. The piece was taking shape slowly, like everything else in his life. A crown made from broken steel, welded together with the kind of precision that only came from years of practice. The sculpture was nearly finished, like his revenge. 3 months later, the federal trials began. Nathan Ellsworth was convicted on 7 counts of fraud and sentenced to 4 years in federal prison. His company's assets were seized to pay restitution to the government. His house, his cars, his business reputation, everything disappeared into the legal system's machinery. Leanne avoided prison by cooperating with prosecutors, but her testimony destroyed what remained of her credibility. She admitted to processing false invoices, scheduling meetings that she knew involved fraudulent activities, and maintaining personal relationships that compromised her professional judgment. The divorce proceedings took 6 weeks. Leanne's lawyer argued that she deserved half of Milo's assets because she had been an unwitting victim of her employer's criminal activities. Milo's lawyer argued that she had been a willing participant in a conspiracy that included adultery, fraud, and attempted manipulation of her husband's employment status. The judge, a woman in her 60s who had presided over financial crimes for 20 years, listened to both arguments with visible skepticism. Mrs. Greevy, the judge said during the final hearing, you're asking this court to reward you for destroying your marriage while participating in activities that defrauded the taxpayers of the state. That's not how divorce law works. Leanne received no alimony, no pension rights, and no claim to Milo's protected assets. She kept her car and her personal belongings. Everything else stayed with Milo. But the legal victory was only the beginning of his satisfaction. 6 months after the divorce was finalized, Milo used his protected savings to purchase the assets of Ellsworth Logistics at a federal auction. The company's client list, equipment, and remaining contracts sold for 30 cents on the dollar. He renamed the business Greevy Industrial Services and hired 3 former Peterson fabrication workers who had been laid off when the company lost its state contracts. Within a year, they had rebuilt the client base and secured new contracts with municipal governments across Ohio. Leanne found work as a receptionist at a law firm in Columbus, making less money than she'd earned as Nate's assistant. She lived in a studio apartment and drove a 10-year-old Honda that needed constant repairs. Nate served his full sentence and was released to a halfway house in Cincinnati. His federal conviction made him unemployable in the logistics industry. Last anyone heard, he was working as a night security guard at a warehouse, making $12 an hour. On a cold February evening, exactly 2 years after the warehouse explosion, Milo sat in his workshop putting the finishing touches on his steel crown sculpture. The piece was ready for its final element, a small bronze plaque that he'd had engraved at a trophy shop. The plaque read, "Granted." Hal arrived with a six-pack of beer and surveyed the completed sculpture. "Looks good," he said. "What are you going to do with it?" "Display it in the lobby of my company." Reminder that sometimes the system works exactly the way it's supposed to. "You ever have regrets about any of this?" Milo considered the question while polishing the crown's surface with a wire brush. "Regret that I trusted people who didn't deserve trust. Regret that I waited so long to see what was obvious. But regret the outcome? No. Think they learned anything? Think they learned that actions have consequences. Sometimes those consequences take time to arrive, but they always arrive." They drank beer in comfortable silence while snow fell outside the workshop windows. In the distance, the lights of Peterson Fabrication glowed against the winter sky. The plant was hiring again thanks to new state contracts that Greevy Industrial Services had helped secure. Milo's phone buzzed with a text message from Detective Rennie Malik. "Warehouse case officially closed. Electrical fire caused by faulty wiring. Thought you'd want to know." He deleted the message and finished his beer. Some cases closed because investigators found answers. Others closed because investigators ran out of questions worth asking. The important thing was knowing which category you fell into. 3 weeks later, Milo received an unexpected visitor at his office. Leanne stood in the lobby of Greevy Industrial Services, wearing a cheap business suit and looking older than her 37 years. "Hello, Milo." "Leanne, what brings you here?" "Wanted to see what you've built." "Wanted to congratulate you on your success." She studied the steel crown sculpture that dominated the lobby, reading the bronze plaque with an expression that might have been admiration or resignation. "Granted," she read aloud. "Clever. Seemed appropriate." "I suppose it did." She turned to face him. "I also wanted to apologize." "For what specifically?" "For underestimating you. For thinking I was smarter than you were. For believing that you would just accept whatever happened and move on." Milo studied her face, looking for signs of the woman he'd married 12 years ago. She was still there, but worn down by consequences she'd never seen coming. "Apology accepted," he said. "Is that it? No anger? No lecture about justice and karma? What would be the point? You're living with the consequences of your choices. I'm living with the consequences of mine." "That seems fair." Leanne nodded and walked toward the door. At the threshold, she turned back. "For what it's worth, Milo, I think you're a better man than I deserve to have been married to." "You're probably right about that." After she left, Milo returned to his office and pulled up the financial reports for Greevy Industrial Services. The company was profitable, growing, and positioned to benefit from the state's new infrastructure spending. In 6 months, he would have enough capital to purchase the Peterson Fabrication plant when it came up for sale. Sometimes justice arrived through courtrooms and federal investigations. Sometimes it arrived through careful planning and patient execution. Sometimes it arrived because people who thought they were smarter than everyone else made the kind of mistakes that smart people never made. Milo Greevy had learned to appreciate all three varieties. That evening, he drove home to his house on Dalton Road, past the factory where he'd once worked night shifts, past the diner where he and Leanne had once eaten Sunday breakfast, past the future that had been rebuilt from the wreckage of betrayal. The house felt different now that he lived there alone. Cleaner, quieter, more honest. He made dinner and sat at the kitchen table with financial documents and architectural plans for the new facility he was planning to build. The work was satisfying in a way that union jobs had never been. Every decision was his. Every success belonged to him. Every risk was calculated and accepted on his own terms. Outside, snow continued to fall on the empty streets of a town that was slowly learning to rebuild itself. Some buildings would be torn down and replaced. Others would be renovated and repurposed. A few would be abandoned to time and weather. But the best ones, the ones built with quality materials and careful craftsmanship, would endure everything that came after. Milo finished his paperwork and walked to the garage workshop where he kept his welding equipment. On the workbench sat a new project, a steel memorial plaque for the Union Hall. honoring workers who had died in industrial accidents over the past century. The work required precision, patience, and respect for the materials being shaped. Exactly the skills that had served him well in other endeavors. He lit the torch and began to work, creating something permanent from raw steel and careful heat. Outside, the snow fell steadily, covering the old roads with promises of new beginnings. In the morning, there would be more work to do, more plans to execute, more futures to build from the ashes of the past. But tonight, in the quiet sanctuary of his workshop, Milo Greavy was exactly where he belonged, creating something better from something broken, one perfect weld at a time. The torch flame cast dancing shadows on the wall, and somewhere in those shadows, Justice smiled with satisfaction at a job well done.
My fiancée burned our honeymoon tickets at her sister's engagement party and called me a street food loser in front of everyone. I burned our engagement photos right back. So, I'm still processing what happened last weekend. My friend Jamal convinced me to post here because he said you guys would help me figure out if I'm overreacting. But honestly, after everything that went down, I don't think I am. But well, here we go. I'm Leo, 32, work as a building permit specialist here in Denver. It's not glamorous, but I know the city systems inside and out, which has actually helped my fiancée Brooke's family more than they'd probably ever admit. Brooke comes from money. Her dad, Preston, owns a bunch of rental properties. Her mom, Sloan, runs some boutique thing, and they've always treated me like hired help who happens to be dating their daughter. For the past 2 years, I've been the guy they call when they need permits filed, business registrations handled, legal paperwork sorted. Never asked for payment because, family. Brooke would always say I was so stable and reliable, and she loved that about me, but lately she's been acting embarrassed about my job around her friends, especially when her ex Chase started showing up at family events again. Apparently he's been advising Preston on some investment opportunities for the rental properties, so suddenly he's back in their social circle. Chase is this flashy investment broker type who loves dropping hints about amazing vacation spots and making everything sound more glamorous than it is. So here's where it gets messy. Brooke is obsessed with Korean culture, K-dramas, K-pop, the whole thing. She's always talking about Seoul being her dream destination, and I'm also really interested in Korean culture and architecture. So when we got engaged 6 months ago, I decided to surprise her with the perfect honeymoon. I spent 8 months secretly saving and planning for this trip. I'm talking Myeongdong shopping, Bukshan Hanok Village tour, Gwangjang Market food walks, Namsan Tower at sunset, Han River cruise, even a DMZ day trip. Rooftop restaurants with city views, backup plans for weather, the works. I put together this whole booklet, printed itinerary, hotel confirmations, tour reservations, maps, even restaurant recommendations from Korean food blogs she follows. Total cost was around $8.2K, which for me meant cutting back on everything for months. But I wanted it to be perfect. Fast forward to last Saturday, Brooke's sister Harper's engagement party. After the toasts, I figured it was the perfect moment to surprise Brooke with the honeymoon reveal. I stood up, tapped my glass, and announced that I had a special surprise for my fiancée. Everyone gathered around as I handed her the booklet. At first, people were making those aw sounds. Preston even said something like, "Look at that, our Leo's got surprises." Brooke opened it with this big smile, flipping through the pages with the itinerary, photos of the places we'd visit, restaurant reservations. But I watched her face change as she kept reading. The smile got tighter. She flipped faster, like she was looking for something that wasn't there. Then she looked up and said, loud enough for half the party to hear, "Seriously, street food tour and budget hotels. What are you, some kind of loser obsessed with eating bugs on the sidewalk?" I was stunned. But then she kept going, her voice dripping with disdain. "Chase was just telling me about Amalfi Coast. That's what real love looks like. Positano Yacht Club's actual romance, not this backpacker tourist trap garbage. And then, I swear I'm not making this up, she stood up, walked straight over to the decorative candle station, grabbed my booking confirmations and tickets, and lit them on fire right there on the metal tray. Literally. In front of 30 people. Maybe this will teach you about actual standards, she said. The whole party went dead silent. Chase was smirking in the corner. Her parents were nodding like she'd done something reasonable. Harper looked horrified but didn't say anything. I sat frozen for a whole minute, watching the fire eat away 8 months of effort while my fiancé smirked in satisfaction at the sight. That's when something just snapped inside me. I reached into my bag. I'd brought it for the honeymoon booklet and pulled out our engagement party invitations and the big professional photos we'd taken. The ones that cost $800 that I'd been planning to give to her parents. I walked over to that same candle station, looked right at her and said, well, then these don't have any value anymore either. And I burned them. The invitations, the photos, everything. The whole room erupted. Brooke started screaming, what the hell is wrong with you? Preston was yelling about me being completely unhinged, and Sloane was making these horrified gasping sounds. Harper looked like she wanted to disappear into the floor. Chase was grinning like he'd just won the lottery, but I was past the point of arguing, so I left, just walked out while everyone was staring. Jamal followed me out and apparently took photos of the whole thing, timestamps and everything, because he's that kind of photographer. He said the party basically imploded after I left, with people taking sides and arguing about who was out of line. I drove home and just sat in my apartment, which, by the way, is lease in my name only, though Brooke basically lives here, and started making phone calls. Turns out most of the Seoul trip was actually refundable or changeable. Hotels let me switch to single occupancy, tour were flexible, even got partial refunds on flights. But I also started thinking about other things, like how I'm listed as the registered agent for Brooke's consulting business, which means all her legal mail comes to my address. How I've been handling her client contracts and permit applications for free. How I've been subsidizing this relationship in ways that apparently just made her see me as convenient, not valuable. She came home Sunday morning acting like I was the one who owed her an apology. She said, "You completely humiliated me at my sister's engagement party. Do you have any idea how that looked? How it looked?" I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "You literally burned my honeymoon plans in front of 30 people and called me a loser. Because they were embarrassing, Leo. Street food, budget hotels, people like us, we don't do things like that. People like us. Yes, people with standards. People who understand what it means to want beautiful things. You don't get it when my friends ask about our honeymoon, I'm supposed to say what? That we're eating mystery meat from street carts." I stared at her. "Those mystery meat street carts are part of a culture you claim to love. That's different, that's entertainment. I'm talking about real life, Leo. Real experiences that matter. So 8 months of planning something I thought you'd love, spending money I don't have, researching places you said were your dream destination, that doesn't matter. Not when it's done wrong." She was getting shrill now. "You think effort means something, but it doesn't matter if the effort is misguided. Chase understands luxury. He knows what women actually want. Then maybe you should be with Chase. Maybe I should. At least he wouldn't burn our engagement photos like some kind of psychopath. I burned them after you burned my honeymoon plans. I did exactly what you did. Oh, please. You can make new reservations. You embarrass me in ways I can't take back." That's when it clicked. I told her I understood perfectly, and that's why I was going to stop providing things she clearly didn't value. She started screaming, but I just headed to the bedroom and shut the door. So Reddit, am I crazy? Because I'm about to make some major changes and I want to know if I'm thinking clearly or just being vindictive. Edit, a lot of you are asking if there were other red flags. Yeah, there were. I think I just kept telling myself she was high maintenance instead of seeing it for what it was. For those asking, yes, Chase was absolutely involved in planning this humiliation. I found out later he'd been telling her Amalfi was what successful couples do for weeks. Update 1. Well, Reddit, you guys were right. I followed through on everything I mentioned in my last post and then some. It's been almost a month and the fallout has been intense. First, the easy stuff. I officially resigned as registered agent for Brooks' consulting business. Sent certified letters to all her clients explaining that as of date, any legal correspondence should go to whatever new address she provides. I also notified my landlord that I'm returning to single occupancy on my lease. Brooke had 30 days to find new living arrangements, which was completely legal since she was never actually a tenant, just my guest who'd been staying here long term. Colorado law is pretty clear about this when you're the sole leaseholder. She spent the first week trying to convince me I was overreacting and that we could work through this. When I didn't budge, she tried getting her parents involved. Preston called me up all friendly, like, "Hey buddy, let's not let emotions make us do something we'll regret." That's when I reminded him about the 3 business registrations I'd filed for him this year, the zoning variance applications I'd helped with, the permit expediting I'd done on his rental properties, all that work I'd been doing for family rates, ACA-free. "Of course we appreciate everything you've done," he said, "but don't you think this seems a little extreme?" That tone pissed me off more than anything else, so I told him I was just returning to normal business relationships. If he needed permit work going forward, my consulting rate was $150 an hour with a 10-hour minimum. Same for Sloan's boutique licensing issues. That didn't go over well. Preston's voice went from friendly to ice-cold real quick. "Are you serious right now? After everything we've done for you, we welcomed you into this family, Leo, and this is how you repay us. By charging normal business rates for professional services. By being vindictive and petty. You're punishing all of us because you and Brooke had a lover's spat. That's not how family works." "You're right," I said. "Family doesn't work that way. Family doesn't burn each other's gifts and call each other losers in public either. So maybe we should just stick to business relationships from now on." He hung up on me, but here's where it gets interesting. See, when you work in city planning and development, you notice things, like how Preston's been cutting corners on safety compliance for his rental portfolio, exit routes blocked by storage, missing smoke detectors in units, fire extinguishers that haven't been inspected in years. The kind of stuff that's technically violations but usually only gets caught during formal inspections. I didn't do anything illegal or unethical. I just compiled a very thorough, anonymous report with photos, building codes cited, and property addresses. Sent it to the city's inspection department with a note about being concerned for tenant safety. Turns out, when you hand inspectors a file that's basically a step-by-step guide to violations, they tend to take it seriously. Preston's been getting inspection notices all week. Meanwhile, Chase apparently thought he could insert himself into this drama. He showed up at my office yesterday for what he called a man-to-man conversation about not taking relationship issues out on innocent people. I invited him in, offered him coffee, and had a very polite discussion about his investment business. See, when you spend 2 years at family parties listening to someone brag, you pick up details. Like how Chase loves telling people he can get them exclusive access to certain investments. How he talks about getting his clients into deals that aren't available to regular investors. How he mentions getting special commissions for bringing in high net worth clients like Preston. Chase got very quiet when I casually mentioned that it sounded like some of those arrangements might be worth double-checking with compliance, since the financial industry has pretty strict rules about disclosure and kickbacks. Nothing accusatory, just friendly advice about how easy it is to accidentally cross lines when you're eager to help clients. "Are you threatening me?" he asked. "Not at all," I said. "Just sharing some observations. I'm sure everything you're doing is completely above board, but if it isn't, well, there are anonymous tip lines for that kind of thing." He left pretty quickly after that. Harper sent me a long text about how I was destroying the family and being vindictive. I screenshotted it, just in case, but honestly her definition of family seems to be people who do things for us without expecting basic respect. The best part, Brooke's been losing clients all week. Turns out when your business address suddenly changes and your registered agent disappears, it creates confusion. Clients don't like confusion. 3 of her biggest accounts have already moved to competitors who seem more stable and professional. She's been calling this sabotage. I call it natural consequences. Oh, and remember those soul reservations. I called Jamal up and asked if he wanted to take a trip. We leave next month. Same itinerary, same restaurants, same Han River cruise. Except now it's going to be 2 guys who actually appreciate Korean culture instead of someone who thinks kimchi is too ethnic. The 30-day notice expires this Friday. I've arranged for a moving company to pack and store anything Brooke hasn't collected, all completely legal and documented. Some of you asked if I felt bad about how this played out. Honestly, I felt bad when I realized how long I'd been letting myself get treated like a service provider instead of a partner. I absolutely don't feel bad about enforcing boundaries. Edit. A few people are asking about the photos Jamal took at the party. I'm not posting them, but they've been useful for documenting the timeline of events. Amazing how much gaslighting stops when you have actual evidence. Update 2. This has been a wild month, Reddit. Time for another update because apparently my life has become a masterclass in screw around and find out. So where we left off, Brooke's 30-day notice expired, I changed the locks and her stuff was professionally packed and stored. Preston was dealing with building inspections and Chase was having career troubles. I thought that was the end of it. I was wrong. Brooke decided to sue me for wrongful eviction and intentional interference with business relationships. She claimed I'd illegally kicked her out and sabotaged her company. The freaking audacity. I actually laughed out loud for a whole minute when I received the papers. The thing is, when you work with permits and regulations all day, you learn to document everything. And I mean everything. I showed up to the preliminary hearing with what my lawyer called the most organized case file he'd ever seen. Lease agreements proving sole tenancy. Certified mail receipts for all notices. Photos timestamped from when she burned my honeymoon plans. Text messages where she admitted she'd never paid rent. But the real kicker was the evidence about her business issues. See, I'd kept copies of everything I'd done as her registered agent. Every filing, every correspondence, every client communication. When she claimed I'd sabotaged her business, I was able to show the court exactly how much work I'd been doing for free and how her client losses came from her own failure to maintain proper business infrastructure after I resigned. The judge was not impressed with her case. Not only did she lose, but she had to pay my legal fees. Meanwhile, the fallout from Preston's inspection issues has been spectacular. Turns out when you hand city officials a roadmap to violations, they don't just check those specific things, they do comprehensive reviews. 3 of his properties are now under stop work orders pending safety upgrades. The fines alone are running about $15,000 so far. He tried calling me to work something out, offering to pay me to help navigate the compliance issues. I told him my consulting rate was now $200 an hour with a 20-hour minimum, payment in advance. He hung up. Chase's situation has been even more entertaining. Apparently that little chat we had about regulatory compliance motivated someone to file a complaint with FINRA about his business practices. He's currently on administrative leave while they investigate his commission structures and client recommendation patterns. Harper's been sending increasingly desperate texts about how I'm ruining innocent people's lives and need to call off the attacks. I've saved all of them, just in case, but I finally responded only once though. I haven't attacked anyone. I just stopped subsidizing their corner cutting. The Seoul trip was incredible, by the way. Jamal and I spent 9 days eating amazing food, exploring temples, learning about history, and generally having the time of our lives. I posted some photos on social media, not trying to make any point, just because it was an amazing trip. But apparently Brooke took it another way, because I got a message from one of her friends asking if I was trying to make her jealous. Nope. If she felt jealous, that's her problem. The best part happened when we got back. I'd started dating Erin, this amazing woman I met through a photography class Jamal recommended. We're taking things slow, but she's wonderful. She's a freelance animator, incredibly talented, and when I told her about the Seoul trip, she immediately wanted to hear about every detail. She was genuinely interested in the culture and experiences. We went to this new Korean barbecue place that opened downtown, and who should walk in but Brooke with some friends. She sees us, comes over to our table and starts loudly talking about how I destroyed her family and ruined her life, and generally making a scene. Oh, what did I do? I calmly opened my phone's voice recorder app. Colorado is a one-party consent state, which means I can record conversations I'm part of without anyone else's permission. When Brooke noticed what I was doing, I reminded her about slander laws and how making false public statements about someone can have legal consequences. The restaurant manager came over and asked her to leave. Her friends looked embarrassed and distanced themselves. Erin just sat there calmly eating bulgogi and asked if this kind of drama happened often. When I said no, she nodded and said, "Good, because this food is too good to waste on someone else's problems." That's when I knew I'd found someone who gets it. Final update. Hey Reddit, it's been 6 months since my last update and people keep messaging asking how everything turned out. Short version, really, really well. The legal dust has settled. Brooke's lawsuit was completely dismissed and she paid my attorney fees. Preston's properties are mostly back online after expensive compliance upgrades. Word is he's had to sell 2 buildings to cover the costs. Chase ended up taking a career break when his firm decided not to renew his position after the FINRA investigation. But honestly, I stopped paying attention to their drama months ago because my own life got much more interesting. Erin and I have been together for 5 months now, and she's incredible. She's planning to apply for a K-1 artist visa to work on some animation projects in Seoul next year, and she's been learning Korean. We spend weekends trying new Korean restaurants, and she's got me interested in her rock climbing hobby. It's amazing being with someone who sees your passions as opportunities to learn something new together. We took a long weekend trip to Vancouver last month for this Korean film festival she'd heard about. She was just as excited about the street food vendors as the actual films. Watching her try hotteok for the first time and immediately ask the vendor about the recipe, that's the kind of person I want to explore the world with. The permit consulting work has taken off beyond anything I expected. Turns out there's a real market for someone who can navigate Denver's regulatory maze efficiently and ethically. I've been able to raise my rates twice, and I'm booked solid through next spring. Started an LLC and everything. Funny story from last month. I got a call from a developer who was having issues with a mixed-use project downtown. Turns out it was a building Preston had been trying to get approved for 2 years. The new owners brought me in to clean up the permit problems and get construction moving again. It took me 3 weeks to sort out what should have been a 6-month process. Proper documentation, correct applications, realistic timelines. The kind of work I used to do for free that nobody appreciated. The project manager said it was the smoothest permit process he'd ever seen in Denver. I didn't mention my history with the previous owner. Oh, and that Korean barbecue place where Brooke made a scene. It's become Erin's and my regular spot. The owner, Mr. Kim, recognizes us now and always recommends new dishes to try. Last week he taught Erin how to properly grill galbi, and she spent the whole dinner excitedly planning a Korean cooking night at my place. That's what respect in a relationship looks like. Someone who wants to understand what matters to you instead of being embarrassed by it. I ran into Harper, Brooke's sister, remember, at a coffee shop a few weeks ago. She actually apologized for how everything went down, said she'd been thinking about it a lot. Apparently she's been having her own issues with Preston and Sloan trying to manage her relationship, and she finally understood why I'd had enough. She asked if there was any chance of reconciliation with Brooke. I told her honestly that I hoped Brooke found someone who wanted the same thing she did, but that person wasn't me. Brooke did try to reach out a few more times after everything had settled, but I'd already blocked her everywhere at that point. She eventually took the hint and backed down. Someone asked on my last update if there was any chance she might get back with Chase. Honestly, I don't know, maybe, but I don't care enough to find out anymore. I'm not angry anymore. I'm just living a life where my time, skills, and interests are appreciated instead of tolerated. That's made all the difference. That's it from me. Thanks for following this journey, Reddit. Time to go live my life.
My wife declared, not tonight or any night, so I redirected my time, attention, and resources. A couple of days later, she is asking for forgiveness, but I am done. Hey everyone, before we jump into today's video, I need your help. We've noticed the channel is losing some traction, and subscribing is one of the best ways you can support us. It's quick, free, and it helps us keep bringing you awesome content. Your support means the world. Let's keep this channel growing together. Thanks so much. Now let's start the video. I, 34 male, still remember the exact moment when those words left Jessica's, 32 female lips. Not tonight or any night. The finality in her voice made my body go cold. We'd been married for 6 years, and yeah, things hadn't been perfect lately, but I never expected something so final about our intimate life. Some background about me. I'm a marketing manager at a mid-sized tech company in the Midwest. Nothing fancy, but it pays the bills, and I've been steadily climbing the ladder. Been there about 8 years now. I met Jessica in college during our junior year. She was studying psychology, I was in business. We clicked right away. Both of us were ambitious but down to earth. Dated for 3 years before getting married in a modest ceremony with about 80 guests, mostly family and close friends. Jessica worked as an HR consultant and made decent money. We bought a 3-bedroom house in a nice suburb about 4 years ago. No kids yet. We were both focused on our careers first. I always thought we had a good thing going. We both contributed to the household, took vacations twice a year, usually one beach trip and one visiting family, had a decent social circle of other couples our age. Pretty normal life, you know? Nothing extraordinary, but stable and comfortable. At least that's what I thought. That evening started like any other normal day. I came home from work tired after a 10-hour day dealing with client bullshit and a presentation that didn't go as well as I hoped. I was looking forward to seeing Jessica, maybe ordering some takeout, watching a movie, the usual stuff couples do. The moment I walked in, I could tell something was off. She was sitting at the kitchen island, scrolling through her phone with this weird intensity. We had dinner while talking about boring stuff. Her coworkers' drama, my project deadline, the usual crap. Then, we moved to the living room where she continued scrolling through her phone, probably on one of those feminist Instagram accounts she'd been obsessed with lately, while I watched some random show on TV. When I leaned over to kiss her neck, something that used to make her smile, she pulled away sharp like I'd tried to stab her or something. Don't, she said, not even looking up from her damn screen. I'm not in the mood. You haven't been in the mood for weeks now, I replied, trying hard not to sound frustrated even though I totally was. Is everything okay? That's when she put down her phone, looked me straight in the eyes with this cold expression I'd never seen before, and delivered those crushing words, not tonight or any night. I'm done with that part of our relationship. My mind raced through a million possible responses, but I just sat there like an idiot, my mouth probably hanging open. How do you even reply to someone suddenly ending physical intimacy in a marriage? No explanation. No room for discussion. Just a one-sided decision that affected us both. What exactly do you mean? I finally managed to ask, hoping I misunderstood. Exactly what I said, she continued, her voice weirdly calm like she was explaining something to a child. I'm comfortable with our life together. The house, our social circle, the stability, but I'm no longer interested in physical intimacy with you or any man. I've been reading a lot about how women are conditioned to provide physical affection to men, and I've decided I'm not participating in that patriarchal expectation anymore. You can accept it or not, that's your choice. Holy shit. She'd been getting deeper into that radical feminist stuff online recently, but I never thought it would affect our relationship. I was completely blindsided. So you're just unilaterally deciding that our marriage doesn't include physical intimacy anymore? Without any discussion? I asked, trying to understand. I don't need your permission to set boundaries with my own body, she replied, her tone getting that edge I'd come to recognize whenever she was quoting something from her online groups. The fact that you think this requires a discussion just shows how entitled men are to women's bodies. I sat back, completely stunned. Jessica, this isn't about entitlement. This is about our relationship, about connection and intimacy between partners who supposedly love each other. Love doesn't mean I have to perform physical acts I no longer want to participate in, she countered. When did this change? When did you stop wanting to be with me that way? I asked, genuinely confused. Just 2 months ago, things had seemed normal, she shrugged. It's been building for a while. I've just finally found the courage to vocalize it instead of performing for your benefit. That night, I slept on the couch. Not because she asked me to, but because I couldn't bear to lie next to someone who had just shattered my understanding of our entire relationship. The next few days were weird as hell. We continued living together, eating together, even watching TV together. all while this invisible wall had been built between us. She acted like her declaration was as ordinary as announcing she wanted to change grocery stores or something, not the complete reshaping of our marriage. I tried bringing up counseling over breakfast 3 days after her announcement. I found a couples therapist with good reviews. I think we should talk to someone about what's going on between us. We don't need therapy, she responded dismissively while rolling her eyes. There's nothing wrong with me, and I'm not going to be pressured into physical intimacy I don't want just because society expects it. Maybe you should get therapy for your dependency on female validation. Jesus Christ. Of course she was right about not being pressured. I would never do that. But her complete unwillingness to even talk about this sudden change left me feeling like I was living with a stranger wearing my wife's face. Everything I said was twisted to make me sound like some kind of oppressor. At night, laying on my side of our now purely functional bed, I'd moved back from the couch, determined not to be displaced in my own home. I'd stare at the ceiling wondering how I missed the gradual breakdown of our connection. Had I been so absorbed in work that I failed to notice her pulling away? Or had she hidden her feelings until reaching some breaking point I never saw coming? I reviewed our recent history, looking for signs. Sure, our sex life had slowed down somewhat over the past year, but that seemed normal for a couple married 6+ years, both working demanding jobs. We still had date nights, still held hands during movies, still told each other, I love you before bed, or at least we had until recently. One thing became real clear real fast. I was now in a marriage where I was neither wanted nor needed in any meaningful way. I was simply convenient, a contributor to bills, a social partner for couple-oriented gatherings, a housemate who helped maintain our outward image of marital success. Just another evil man she could point to when talking to her new friends about how she was setting boundaries. I tried one more time to understand, catching her on a Saturday morning when we were both home. Jessica, I'm trying to respect your feelings, but I need to understand better what's happening. Did I do something wrong? Is there something I can change? She sighed dramatically, like my question was the most exhausting thing she'd ever heard. This is exactly the problem with men. You think everything is about you. This is about my journey and my autonomy. The fact that you're making it about what you did wrong just proves my point. But we're married, I said, frustration building. Your decisions affect me too. So what? You think your entitlement to my body outweighs my right to control it? This is why the patriarchy persists, because men like you can't handle women making their own choices. I walked away from that conversation feeling completely hopeless. There was no reasoning with her, no finding common ground. She had created a narrative where any disagreement with her position just confirmed her worldview about oppressive men. 2 weeks after her declaration, I found myself sitting in my car outside our house, unable to summon the energy to go inside. What was waiting for me there? Another evening of polite coexistence with someone who had unilaterally changed the terms of our relationship without any real explanation? Another lecture about how I was part of the problem for expecting basic human connection in a marriage? That's when I realized I had a choice to make. I could continue living in this emotional desert, hoping for rain that would never come, or I could redirect my time, attention, and resources towards something or someone that offered at least the possibility of growth. As I finally walked through our front door, a plan was forming in my mind. Not revenge or some dramatic confrontation, at least not yet, but something more powerful, a complete redirection of my life's energy. If she had moved on from me without physically leaving, maybe I could do the same. My redirection began with small changes. I set my alarm for 5:30 a.m., a full hour before she would wake up. Those quiet morning hours quickly became sacred to me, time that was completely my own, free from her judgmental stares and passive-aggressive comments. I started with 20 minutes of meditation, something I'd always dismissed as impractical with my busy schedule. To my surprise, that brief period of morning stillness helped clear my mind of the constant thoughts about my failing marriage. Next came physical exercise. Nothing dramatic at first, just basic push-ups, sit-ups, and a short run around the neighborhood. By the time she emerged from our bedroom, I had already showered, dressed, and started my day with purpose. "You're up early," she commented on the third day, finding me sipping coffee and reading at the kitchen table. The slight annoyance in her voice was obvious. She was used to me being half asleep while she dominated the morning space. "Just making some changes," I replied casually, not offering any further explanation. She didn't ask for one, just made some comment under her breath about toxic masculinity and exercise culture that I pretended not to hear. The second week, I joined a gym near my office. Instead of rushing home after work to an increasingly uncomfortable environment, I spent an hour working out. The physical exertion became a form of therapy. Each rep pushed out another fragment of resentment and self-pity. I started fantasizing about the future, one where Jessica wasn't the center of my universe. I also reconnected with old friends I'd neglected during my marriage. Guys Jessica had always disliked for being too masculine or problematic. Nothing dramatic, just casual lunches and after-work drinks with soda or coffee. I was careful not to mention my marital situation. These meetings weren't about seeking sympathy or bad-mouthing my wife. They were about rebuilding connections that had nothing to do with my identity as a husband to an increasingly hostile woman. What was really interesting was realizing how many other guys were going through similar shit. Not identical, but the same pattern. Wives or girlfriends who had gradually transformed into critical strangers, constantly finding fault with normal male behavior while expecting the financial benefits and emotional support to continue unchanged. My buddy Chris, 36 million, was dealing with a girlfriend who had suddenly decided that his video gaming hobby was problematic, despite having dated him for 3 years, knowing it was his main way to decompress. My college friend Mark, 35 million, couldn't post anything on social media without his wife publicly commenting to correct his thinking on various social issues. It's like they want us to be both mind readers and punching bags, Chris said during one of our lunch meetups. You can't win. That phrase stuck with me. You can't win. Not if you keep playing by constantly changing rules you had no say in creating. So maybe the answer was to stop playing altogether and create my own game. I started setting aside money in a separate account Jessica couldn't access. Nothing dramatic that would affect our household contributions, just redirecting my discretionary spending and slowly building a safety net. If nothing else, it gave me a sense of control in a situation where I felt increasingly powerless. 1 month into my redirection, I caught my reflection in the mirror and barely recognized myself. The daily workouts had started reshaping my body. Shoulders broader, stomach flatter. My posture had improved, and the constant tension that had knotted my shoulders for months had eased. But the most significant change was in my eyes. They looked focused, alive in a way they hadn't been since her declaration. I updated my wardrobe next. Nothing flashy or desperate, just well-fitted clothes that suited my improving physique and projected confidence. When I wore a new shirt to dinner with friends, several people commented on how good I looked. "You've lost weight, haven't you?" our friend Melissa asked during a dinner party. "Just been taking better care of myself," I replied, with a smile. Jessica noticed too, though she tried to disguise her interest with criticism. "Isn't that shirt a little tight?" she asked one morning as I was getting ready for work. "Seems like you're trying way too hard." Very midlife crisis energy. I just smiled and left without responding, which seemed to annoy her even more. The redirection extended to my finances as well. We always maintained separate accounts alongside our joint one for household expenses. I continued contributing my share to our joint obligations, but redirected my discretionary spending. The expensive trip to a women-only retreat in Costa Rica that Jessica had been hinting about for our anniversary. That money went instead into a high-yield investment account under only my name. I also invested in a photography workshop, a passion I had abandoned years ago after Jessica complained about the time it took away from us. Ironic now, considering her stance. Photography got me outdoors on weekends, hiking to capture landscapes at dawn when the light was perfect. These solo excursions became another form of meditation. Behind the camera, framing each shot, I found a state of flow that allowed me to forget everything else. I invested in decent equipment, nothing outrageous, but a good DSLR camera and a couple of quality lenses. My first few attempts were pretty amateur, but I watched tutorials online and practiced constantly. Soon I was capturing images I was genuinely proud of. Mountain landscapes bathed in early morning light, close-ups of frost patterns on fallen leaves, dramatic storm clouds gathering over fields. I started posting my work online, connecting with other photographers and building a small following that appreciated my eye for composition. Some of my photos even started selling as prints through an online marketplace, creating a small but growing side income that went straight into my separate account. "Where have you been going so early on Saturdays?" she asked after several weeks of my new routine, the entitlement in her voice crystal clear. She was used to me being available whenever she wanted. "Taking photographs," I answered simply. "Since when are you into photography?" The accusatory tone, like I needed her permission to have hobbies. "I've always been into it. I just haven't had the time to pursue it until now." Her expression suggested she wanted to ask more, but couldn't quite figure out how, or perhaps didn't want to show too much interest in my life after having so deliberately stepped back from it. "Well, I needed help with some things around the house last weekend, but you were nowhere to be found," she complained. Typical, no interest in my activities, just how they inconvenienced her. "You could have texted," I replied calmly. "Phone works even in the mountains. I shouldn't have to text my own husband to get basic help," she snapped. I just shrugged. Things change. Those two words hung in the air between us, and I saw something flicker across her face. The first hint that she was beginning to realize her declaration might have consequences she hadn't anticipated. At work, my renewed focus paid off big time. I approached projects with clarity and confidence that hadn't been there during the months of marital distress. My boss, Rob, 45 male, noticed the change. "Whatever you're doing, keep it up," he said, after I successfully landed a major client that had been on the fence for months. "You're on fire lately." The compliment meant more than it should have. After months of feeling unwanted at home, professional recognition filled some of the void. Not completely, but enough to keep moving forward. I volunteered for projects that required travel, something I'd avoided in the past to spend more time with Jessica. A 3-day conference in Chicago, a week-long training in Denver, a client meeting in Boston. Each trip was a breath of fresh air. Hotel rooms where I could spread out without judgment. Meals where no one made snide comments about my choices. Conversations with people who didn't view every interaction through an ideological lens. During my Denver trip, I met up with an old college friend, Tom, who had moved there years ago. We hiked in the mountains, and I took some of my best photos yet. When I posted them online, my follower count jumped significantly, and I sold 3 prints within a week. Online, my follower count jumped significantly, and I sold 3 prints within a week. You know, you could actually turn this into a serious side business, Tom said, as we rested at a scenic overlook. Your eye for composition is really good. His casual encouragement planted a seed in my mind. What if photography wasn't just an escape? What if it could be something more substantial? A potential path to a different future? 3 months into my redirection, I was sleeping better, looking better, and performing better in nearly every aspect of my life except my marriage, which remained this empty shell of formal interactions and parallel existences. The irony wasn't lost on me. In withdrawing her affection, Jessica had inadvertently pushed me toward becoming a stronger version of myself. It was like the universe's weird way of compensating. What Jessica didn't know was that I'd opened a separate checking account and started routing 50% of my paychecks there, including my performance bonuses. The other 50% was more than enough to cover my share of our joint expenses. I was building my escape fund, dollar by dollar. Not that I was planning to leave yet. I wanted to see how this played out first. One evening, as I prepared to leave for a photography meetup, she asked an unexpected question. "Are you seeing someone else?" The entitlement in her voice was unbelievable. She could end our physical relationship unilaterally, but still expected exclusive access to my time and attention. I paused by the door, camera bag over my shoulder. "No," I answered truthfully. "Why would you ask that?" "You've changed," she said, her voice carrying a note I couldn't identify. "You're hardly ever home anymore." The hypocrisy of her concern almost made me laugh. "I'm just redirecting my time and energy into things that fulfill me," I replied, using her own clinical approach. "Isn't that what you've been doing?" "That's different," she responded, clearly irritated that I'd used her own logic against her. "I made a personal choice about my body and autonomy, and I'm making personal choices about my time and interests," I countered. "Seems perfectly fair to me." "So you're what, punishing me?" she asked, her voice rising slightly. "Not at all," I replied calmly. "I'm adapting to our new reality. You set a boundary, and I respect that. I'm simply setting boundaries of my own." She had no response to that, and I left without waiting for one. As I drove to meet my photography friends, I realized something fundamental had shifted. For the first time since her declaration, I wasn't desperately hoping for her to change her mind. I was too busy creating a life that no longer centered around her approval or affection. I met my photography group at a local park where we were practicing night photography techniques. Among them was a guy named David who worked for a local magazine. "These are really good," he said, looking through some of my recent shots on my camera's display. "We're always looking for local talent for our nature section. Would you be interested in submitting some work?" Just like that, another door opened. By the time I got home that night, Jessica was already in bed, probably annoyed that I hadn't been there to listen to her latest complaints about her co-workers or patriarchal oppression. I didn't care. I had bigger things on my mind. The pivotal moment came during a company retreat 6 months into my redirection. My team had gathered at this lakeside resort for a weekend of strategic planning and team building. After a productive day of meetings, we relaxed around a fire pit, sharing stories and snacks under the stars. My colleague Emma, 29 female, who had joined the marketing department 3 months earlier, sat down beside me. Emma was pretty much Jessica's opposite, warm, supportive, and actually interested in other people's lives. "You know, when I first started, everyone told me how lucky I was to be working with you," she said, her voice quiet enough that only I could hear. "Really? Why is that?" I asked, genuinely curious. "They said you'd completely transformed the department's performance, but they also mentioned how much you've changed personally over the past few months." She hesitated, then added, "They said you used to be withdrawn, almost sad. That doesn't match the person I've known." I stared into the flames, considering how to respond. Let's just say I went through some personal challenges and decided to focus on what I could control, rather than what I couldn't. She nodded thoughtfully. "Well, whatever you did worked. You seem completely in your element now." As our conversation continued into the evening, I found myself relaxing in a way I hadn't with anyone in a long time. Emma was intelligent and insightful, with a sharp sense of humor that repeatedly caught me off guard. We discovered shared interests in photography and hiking, and she seemed genuinely impressed when I showed her some of my recent work on my phone. "These are amazing," she said, leaning closer to swipe through the gallery. "You have a real talent. Have you considered showing these professionally?" "Actually, I just started selling some prints online, and a local magazine might feature a few," I replied, surprised at how good it felt to share this part of my life with someone who genuinely seemed to care. That's fantastic. I'd love to see more of your work sometime, she said, smiling in a way that made me acutely aware of how long it had been since someone had looked at me with genuine admiration instead of criticism. The warmth of her shoulder against mine sent an unexpected jolt through my system, a stark reminder of how long it had been since I'd experienced even casual physical contact. I carefully shifted away, uncomfortable with my reaction. Despite the situation with Jessica, I wasn't going to be that guy who starts something new before ending the old. Later, as the group dispersed to their cabins, Emma walked alongside me on the path. Some of us are planning a sunrise hike tomorrow before the meetings start, she mentioned. You should join. Perfect lighting for those landscape shots you love. I agreed, and the next morning found myself standing atop a ridge with Emma and 2 other colleagues as the sun painted the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks. I took dozens of photographs, but found my lens repeatedly drawn to Emma's profile against the dramatic backdrop. Emma represented everything I'd been missing: genuine interest, mutual respect, actual conversation rather than lectures. But I knew I needed to resolve my situation with Jessica before even considering anything else. When I returned home Sunday evening, Jessica was in the kitchen preparing dinner, something she hadn't done for us in months. The timing was suspicious as hell. How was the retreat? She asked, her tone unusually attentive. Productive, I replied, setting down my bag. We finalized the strategic plan for next quarter. She nodded, then asked, I saw some of the photos you posted. Beautiful location. It was, I agreed, wondering at her sudden interest. That woman in some of the pictures, is she on your team? The question caught me off guard. I hadn't realized Emma had featured prominently in my uploads. That's Emma, our new marketing specialist, I answered neutrally. She's very pretty, Jessica observed, her eyes studying my face. The territorial behavior was rich coming from someone who had explicitly rejected me. I hadn't really noticed, I lied, feeling oddly defensive. Really? You've taken about a dozen photos with her in them. Seems like you noticed plenty. The accusatory tone was unmistakable. I chose my next words carefully. She happened to be in the frame during our group activities. Why are you asking about this? You made it very clear that certain aspects of our relationship are over. You don't get to dictate who I spend time with professionally. She turned back to the stove, clearly annoyed that I wasn't apologizing or explaining myself further. Just curious about your colleagues, that's all. I have a right to know who my husband spends time with. That was the moment I decided to accelerate my exit plan. The one-sided nature of her expectations had become unbearable. The following week brought more surprises. Jessica started initiating conversations, asking about my day, even suggesting we watch shows together. She made dinner several times and didn't even pepper the conversation with her usual ideological commentary. It was like living with a completely different person, or rather, with the person I'd married years ago, before she'd transformed into a stranger. I knew exactly what was happening. She was trying to re-establish control, to pull me back into orbit now that she sensed I was drifting away. The realization strengthened my resolve. This wasn't about revenge. It was about self-preservation. 2 key events aligned to create the perfect opportunity for my freedom. First, I received a significant promotion at work, with a substantial raise and more travel opportunities. I kept this information to myself, not sharing it with Jessica, despite her increasingly desperate attempts to engage with me. Second, through my professional network, I learned that Jessica's company was planning major layoffs due to a merger. Her department was likely to be hit hard. This wasn't inside trading or anything illegal, just the kind of information that flows through business connections in our mid-sized city. The timing couldn't have been better. Over the past months, through my networking and new social connections, I'd learned that Jessica's company was planning these layoffs. In fact, I'd helped a colleague's spouse get hired at a competing firm 3 weeks earlier, knowing they'd need someone with Jessica's exact qualifications. I could have easily done the same for Jessica. A single phone call would have secured her an interview at minimum, but I chose not to. Instead, I accelerated my exit strategy. I consulted with a lawyer, discreetly, paying in cash from my separate account. I learned exactly what I needed to do to protect myself financially in a divorce. I documented Jessica's declaration about ending physical intimacy, her subsequent behavior, everything that might help my case. I also discovered through casual conversations that Jessica had been bad-mouthing me to her friends and family, painting herself as some kind of victim of the patriarchy while conveniently omitting her unilateral decision to fundamentally change our marriage. This sealed the deal. My escape needed to be complete and decisive. 2 weeks later, Jessica's company announced the layoffs. She came home visibly shaken. My department might be cut next month, she said, clearly expecting sympathy. I'm really worried. That's tough, I responded, offering basic courtesy but nothing more. I'm sure you'll figure it out. The layoffs happened faster than expected. The following Friday, Jessica came home in tears. I lost my job, she sobbed. They eliminated our entire department. I'm sorry to hear that, I said, maintaining a neutral expression. What's your plan? She looked shocked at my response. My plan? I just lost my job. I need time to process this. Of course, I replied, Take all the time you need, but our financial obligations don't stop, so just let me know how you plan to continue contributing to the household expenses. Her jaw literally dropped. Are you serious right now? I'm in crisis and you're asking about bills? I shrugged. Just being practical. We both contribute equally, right? That's always been your position. The next morning, I made my move. While Jessica was in the shower, I transferred every penny from our joint account into my private account, leaving just enough to avoid overdraft fees. Then I packed a bag with essentials and my most important possessions. When she emerged from the bathroom, I was waiting in the living room with divorce papers. "What's this?" she asked, eyeing the documents. "Divorce papers," I replied calmly. "I've realized I deserve better than a one-sided marriage with someone who unilaterally changed the terms of our relationship without discussion or compromise." Her face went through a series of emotions. Shock, anger, disbelief. "You can't be serious. Because I wouldn't sleep with you? That's what this is about?" "No, it's about respect and reciprocity. You made a choice that affected us both, presented it as non-negotiable, and expected me to simply accept it. That's not a partnership," she scoffed. "So you're running off with your little work girlfriend? How predictable. This has nothing to do with Emma or anyone else. This is about you and me and the broken agreement between us. By the way, I've moved our joint funds into a separate account that you won't have access to until we reach a settlement." Her face paled. "You did what? You can't do that. I just lost my job. How am I supposed to pay for anything?" "Not my problem," I replied, echoing the same dismissive tone she'd used when ending our physical relationship. "You should have considered the potential consequences before making unilateral decisions about our marriage." "This is financial abuse," she shouted, tears forming in her eyes. "I need that money for basic necessities." "No, this is consequences. And speaking of necessities, the mortgage is due next week. I've calculated your half. It's listed in the documents. I'll expect your payment on time." She started to panic visibly. "Please, you can't do this. I have no income right now. I need time to find a new job. You should have thought about that before declaring not tonight or any night and treating me like an accessory to your life rather than a partner. You wanted independence from patriarchal expectations? Congratulations, you've got it. Complete financial independence too." Over the next week, Jessica's behavior changed dramatically. The feminist rhetoric disappeared, replaced by desperate pleas and attempts to renegotiate. She suggested counseling, hinted at reconsidering her stance on intimacy, even tried seduction one night, which I firmly rejected. My lawyer had advised me not to leave the house yet, so we continued living together in increasingly tense circumstances. Jessica's friends started calling me, telling me how cruel I was being, how I needed to support my wife in her time of need. I blocked their numbers one by one. Her parents reached out next, suggesting we all meet to discuss the situation. I declined politely but firmly. "Your daughter made her choice months ago," I told her father over the phone. "I'm simply making mine now." 2 weeks into this standoff, Jessica's desperation peaked. She had no job prospects, no access to our joint savings, and bills piling up. She approached me one evening, completely defeated. "Please," she begged, tears streaming down her face. "I need help. I can't do this alone." "That's an interesting perspective," I replied coolly. "Wasn't it you who told me that women don't need men? That marriage is just a patriarchal construct? That physical intimacy with me was something you could unilaterally end without discussion?" "I was wrong," she whispered. "I got caught up in all these ideas without thinking about what they really meant. Please, I'll do anything. We can go to counseling, rebuild our relationship, whatever you want." "The problem is, Jessica, I don't want that anymore. You showed me who you really are. Someone who views relationships as transactional, who takes what she wants and discards the rest. Now that you need something from me, suddenly you're willing to reconsider everything. That's not love or partnership. That's opportunism." I stood up, gathering my keys. "I'm moving out tomorrow. The divorce papers are ready for your signature. If you contest them, I'm prepared for a legal battle that will drain what little resources you have left. If you sign them as is, I'll provide a one-time payment to help you transition to your new independent life." "You planned this all along," she realized, her voice hollow. "From the moment I said those words, you were planning your exit." "No," I corrected her. "I planned this from the moment I realized you saw me as disposable. You taught me an important lesson about self-worth, Jessica, and for that, I suppose I should thank you." I moved out the next day into a new apartment I'd secretly secured weeks earlier. Jessica signed the divorce papers without contest, receiving her settlement payment as promised. I heard through mutual friends that she moved back in with her parents in a different state, her feminist ideals apparently set aside in favor of practical needs. As for me, I continued building my new life, advancing in my career, developing my photography business on the side, maintaining my physical fitness, and yes, eventually starting a genuine relationship with Emma, who showed me what real partnership looks like. 6 months after my divorce was finalized, my first photography exhibition opened at a local gallery. Among the images on display was a striking landscape taken at dawn on that company retreat. The morning I realized I deserved better. The greatest revenge wasn't taking Jessica's financial security or even her dignity. It was becoming the man I should have been all along. Confident, self-sufficient, and unwilling to accept anything less than a genuine, reciprocal relationship. In trying to diminish me, she inadvertently set me free. Sometimes Jessica still tries to contact me, especially when she's struggling financially. I maintain minimal, business-like communication as needed to finalize any remaining legal matters, but otherwise, I've moved on completely. Our mutual friends eventually learned the full story, and most understood my position, even if they felt I was harsh in my execution. But here's the thing about consequences. They're not harsh or kind, they're just inevitable. Jessica chose to destroy the foundation of our marriage, while expecting the structure to remain standing. When it collapsed, she was simply experiencing the natural outcome of her own actions. This experience taught me that self-respect isn't selfish, it's essential, and that sometimes the most powerful response to someone who treats you as disposable is to simply agree with them and walk away, not in anger or bitterness, but with the calm certainty that you deserve more than they're willing to give. So if you're reading this and recognizing your own relationship in my story, know that you have choices. You don't have to accept unilateral changes to your marriage. You don't have to diminish yourself to accommodate someone else's ideology. And most importantly, you don't have to wait for permission to start building a life that fulfills you. The person who tries to change the rules without your input is telling you exactly how much they value your voice in the relationship. Listen to what they're really saying, not just with their words, but with their actions, and then decide if that's enough for you.
She said, "If you can't pay for all my friends' drinks, you're not a real man." I smirked. Good to know. Then I paid my tab and walked out alone. 10 minutes later, she was frantically calling me as her friends vanished and left her with the entire bill. I, 28 male, had been dating Kendra, 26, for about 4 months. Things were going okay, I thought. She was fun, attractive, seemed to have her life together. Looking back now, the red flags were there, but I was wearing rose-colored glasses. Last Friday was supposed to be a chill night. We'd planned to grab drinks at this upscale cocktail bar downtown. Just the two of us. Or so I thought. I get there at 8 p.m. She's already there with 5 other people, 3 women, 2 guys. Never met any of them before. "Babe, you made it?" She kisses me on the cheek. "These are my friends from my Pilates studio." Okay, weird that she didn't mention bringing people, but whatever. I'm social. I can roll with it. We get a big table. Everyone's ordering. Not just drinks, appetizers, entrees, desserts. The works. One of her friends, Tiffany, orders a $85 bottle of wine for herself. An hour in, the bill's already at like $600 and climbing. Her friends are treating this like their personal party, ordering rounds of $18 cocktails like they're water. I pull Kendra aside. "Hey, what's the deal here? This is getting expensive," she laughs. "Don't worry about it. It's just drinks and food." "Yeah, but who's paying for all this?" That's when she drops it, in front of everyone. "Obviously you are. If you can't pay for all my friends' drinks, you're not a real man." That's like basic boyfriend stuff. The whole table goes quiet, watching. Her friend Tiffany actually smirks and says, "Yeah, my boyfriend always covers everyone when we go out." I look at Kendra. She's dead serious. This isn't a joke to her. "Good to know," I said. I stand up, pull out my wallet, walk to the bar. Tell the bartender I need to close out my tab. Just what I'd ordered. 2 beers, $24 with tip. Paid it. Kendra's watching me, confused. "What are you doing?" "Being real with myself," I said. Then I walked out. My phone started blowing up before I even reached my car. First Kendra, then unknown numbers, her friends I assume. I didn't answer. Just drove home. 10 minutes after I left, Kendra sends a voice message. She's screaming. Apparently, the moment I left, her friends suddenly remembered they had other places to be. Every single one. They just vanished. Left her with an $800 plus bill that was still growing because they'd ordered more drinks right before I left. The best part? She didn't have her credit card. She'd left it at home because, quote from her text, "I knew you'd be paying like a real man should." She had to call her roommate to bring her card. At 10 p.m. on a Friday, the roommate was not happy, but sure, I'm not a real man, LMAO. Update 1. The entitlement escalation has been absolutely unreal. So Saturday morning, I wake up to 52 missed calls. Not just from Kendra, from her mom, Helen. Her mom, y'all. I listened to one voicemail from Helen. "You abandoned my daughter at a restaurant with a bill she couldn't pay. What kind of man does that? You need to Venmo her $863.40 right now and apologize." $863.47. They calculated it down to the penny. Then Kendra starts texting from her roommate's phone since I blocked her. I had to use my rent money to pay that bill. You need to pay me back. This is literally theft. My friends think you're a loser, Badabu. No real man would do this. I'm giving you one chance to make this right. $863.47 plus $200 for my emotional distress. Emotional distress. She wanted damages for emotional distress because I wouldn't pay for her friend's drinks. But here's where it gets really good. Sunday afternoon, she shows up at my apartment with her roommate, Denise, and some dude I've never seen before. Let's call him Muscle Mike, because this guy was trying so hard to look intimidating. They're banging on my door. I watched through my Ring camera as Kendra tells Muscle Mike to make him open up. I called the cops. Told them my ex-girlfriend brought some random guy to threaten me at my home. They showed up in like 10 minutes. The cop asks what's going on. Kendra goes into this whole sob story about how I financially abused her and stole from her by making her pay for her own friends. The cop looks confused. Ma'am, did he force you to order food and drinks? No, but did he promise to pay and then refuse? He should have. Ma'am, not paying for your friend's drinks isn't a crime. Muscle Mike tries to step in, talking about how a real man would handle this. The cop shuts him down immediately. Sir, are you threatening someone over a restaurant bill? They all left real quick after that. Monday morning, I get a notification that I've been tagged in an Instagram post. Kendra made a whole story series about fake men and financial abuse in dating. She didn't use my name but posted a picture of us from a month ago with my face badly scribbled over in red. The comments were not going how she expected. Girl, you expected him to pay for random people? This is embarrassing, delete this. Team boyfriend, honestly, the entitlement, far too much. She deleted it within 2 hours. But then, because apparently she has zero chill, she messages my ex, Jessica, on Facebook. Jessica and I ended on good terms 2 years ago. We're still social media friends. Jessica screenshots the messages and sends them to me. Kendra was trying to get dirt on me, asking if I was always this cheap, and if I financially abused Jessica too. Jessica's response was golden. He paid for plenty when we dated. He just has boundaries. Maybe try paying for your own drinks? Kendra blocked her immediately, lol. Tuesday, today, I get an email from Kendra's friend Tiffany. Subject line, business proposal. She wants to mediate between us for a small fee of $100. She'll help us work through this miscommunication and get me to see why real men invest in their relationships. I forwarded it to my group chat. My buddy Anton replied, Bro, they're really trying to make you paying for drinks into a whole business model. Haven't responded. Not planning to. The best part? My coworker Eleanor knows one of Kendra's Pilates friends. Apparently, the whole friend group is mad at Kendra now because they all got stuck with Uber surges trying to leave the restaurant quickly that night. The bill was so high the restaurant manager almost didn't let her leave, thinking she was trying to dine and dash. And according to Eleanor's source, this isn't the first time Kendra's done this. She's pulled the real man card on at least 3 other guys, getting them to pay for expensive group dinners. I was just the first one to walk away. Update 2. This woman really chose the nuclear option. Wednesday, I get a text from my buddy James who works at a bank downtown. Dude, why is your girl here trying to take out a loan and listing you as a reference? A loan. She tried to take out a personal loan and put me down as a character reference without asking. For $5,000. Her reason? Recovering from financial abuse. The bank obviously called me to verify. I told them we dated for 4 months and I have no idea why she'd list me. They denied her loan immediately. Thursday was when she completely lost it. I'm at work when our receptionist Gloria calls my desk. There's a woman here with a PowerPoint? I go to the lobby. Kendra's there with a laptop and a portable projector, trying to set up in our waiting area. She brought a whole presentation titled, How Clayton Failed as a Partner, a Case Study. Clayton is not even my name. My name is Caleb. She made a whole PowerPoint with the wrong name. Security was already on the way, but I watched for a second. She had slides with Financial Responsibilities in Modern Dating, the $863.47 incident, a breakdown. Testimonials from affected parties. screenshots of her friends agreeing with her. Proposed settlement terms. She saw me and started her presentation. As you can see on slide 3, the expectation was clear. That's not my name, I said. What? The PowerPoint says Clayton. I'm Caleb. Her face went red. She'd been practicing this presentation for the wrong person. Security escorted her out while she was frantically trying to edit the slides on her laptop. Friday, the pettiness reached new heights. She signed me up for every spam email list she could find. I'm talking hundreds of emails. Nigerian princes, timeshare offers, MLM schemes, you name it. Joke's on her though, I have filters. Took me 5 minutes to fix. But Saturday was the grand finale. She organized a protest outside my apartment building. Her and 3 friends with signs, real men pay for dates, Caleb the cheapskate, honk if you support chivalry. My neighbor Mrs. Rodriguez saw them from her balcony and yelled, "Get a job! Pay for your own drinks." The protest lasted exactly 23 minutes. Why? Because Tiffany, the one who wanted to mediate for $100, saw that several people were filming them and realized this was going to end up on social media. She literally grabbed Kendra's sign and goes, "This is going viral for the wrong reasons. We need to leave now." Too late. Someone already posted it on TikTok with the caption, "Tell me you're entitled without telling me you're entitled." 2.3 million views as of today. Sunday, I get a call from an unknown number. It's Kendra's dad, Robert. "Son, I need to apologize for my daughter." Plot twist, I didn't see coming. Robert continues, "Helen showed me the messages. I saw the video of the protest. I'm mortified. We didn't raise her to be like this." Apparently, Kendra had been telling her parents I was emotionally abusive and controlling her finances. When they saw the actual evidence, they were appalled. Robert's already cut off her allowance. Yeah, she gets an allowance at 26 and told her she needs to get a second job if she can't afford her lifestyle. "She wanted us to sue you," Robert said. "For what?" I asked. "Not buying her friends cocktails?" I told her she's lucky you don't sue her for harassment. The update as of today. Kendra's been dropped from her Pilates studio friend group. Tiffany apparently sent a group text saying Kendra's brand is too toxic for their positive vibes community. Her roommate Denise is moving out because Kendra tried to make her pay half the restaurant bill since it was roommate solidarity to support each other. And the best part? That restaurant? They have her photo at the hostess stand now. Not banned, exactly, but the manager told my coworker, who goes there regularly, they require a credit card hold for her before seating, all because I wouldn't pay for her friends' drinks. Final update. The conclusion to this saga is even wilder than I expected. 2 weeks ago, Kendra tried one last desperate move. She applied to appear on a local radio show's segment called Dating Disasters, where people share their worst date stories. She thought she'd get sympathy. She did not. My coworker Eleanor was listening and texted me immediately. The radio hosts were not having it. Host 1, "So you brought 5 friends to your date without telling him? They just happened to be there." "But you said you texted them to come?" "Well, yes, but..." "And they all ordered expensive drinks and food?" "It was a nice place." "And you expected him to pay for everyone? Real men." "Girl, this ain't it." They spent the next 10 minutes roasting her. The other host literally said, "This is why I'm single. People like you exist." They turned it into a whole segment about entitlement in modern dating. The calls that came in were brutal. Not one person sided with her. But the real ending came last week. Remember Muscle Mike, the guy she brought to intimidate me? Yeah, turns out he wasn't just some random friend. He was a guy she'd been talking to on a dating app, brought him along as backup muscle, and promised him a free dinner at a nice restaurant as payment for his intimidation services. How do I know this? Because Muscle Mike, real name Michael, messaged me on Instagram with screenshots. After the police incident, he realized he'd been played. She'd told him I was her abusive ex who owed her money. When he found out the truth, he was pissed. She'd made him risk arrest over a restaurant bill she created herself. But here's the kicker. Michael works in HR at a major company downtown, the same company where Kendra just applied for a marketing position. He obviously didn't say anything during her interview process. That would be unethical. But when she didn't get the job and texted him asking if he could put in a good word for next time, he responded, I don't associate with people who lie and manipulate others for financial gain. Please don't contact me again. She tried to spin this as him being another fake man on her Instagram story. Nobody cared. Her follower count has dropped by like 60% since the TikTok incident. Current status update. Kendra moved back in with her parents after Denise moved out and she couldn't afford the apartment alone. Her dad, Robert, made her get a second job at a call center to learn the value of money. The Pilates studio friend group completely ghosted her. Tiffany started dating one of the guys who was at the original dinner, and they joke about the incident being how they met. The TikTok video hit 5 million views and spawned a whole trend of people mocking real man payment expectations. Last Thursday, I got one final message from a new Instagram account she made. I blocked the other 3. I hope you're happy. You've ruined my life over $863. I'm struggling while you're probably laughing about this. I didn't respond, but here's the thing. I wasn't laughing. I was relieved. This whole experience taught me to trust my gut when something feels off. Those 4 months, there were signs. The expectation that I'd always pay. The subtle comments about my car not being nice enough. The way she'd forget her wallet whenever we went out. The $863.47 wasn't about the money. It was about respect. She didn't respect me enough to ask if I'd mind her bringing friends. She didn't respect me enough to have a conversation about payment before ordering $600 worth of stuff. She only saw me as an ATM with legs. And when I refused to be that, she tried to destroy my life. Harassment, attempted intimidation, public humiliation, trying to get me fired, all because I paid for my own drinks and left. My buddy Anton said it best. She spent more energy trying to get that $863 from you than she would have spent just working a few extra shifts to pay it herself. Yesterday, I ran into Jessica, my ex who Kendra had messaged at a coffee shop. She laughed and said, "Dodged a nuclear missile with that one, didn't you?" Yeah, I did. To anyone reading this who's dealing with similar entitlement, pay your tab and walk away. The tantrum that follows will tell you everything you need to know about who they really are. And to Kendra, since I know you're probably reading this, you made a Reddit account just to find this post. According to your latest Instagram story, that $863.47 was the best money you never got from me. It revealed exactly who you are and saved me from wasting any more time on someone who sees relationships as transactions. Your friends didn't disappear that night because they had other plans. They left because the moment the free ride ended, so did their interest in hanging out with you. Maybe think about that. P.S. The restaurant? They lifted the credit card hold requirement for her last week. She went back with her parents. Robert paid, but according to my coworker who was there, he made her calculate the tip herself and explain why 20% was appropriate for good service. Character development? We'll see.
6 years ago, I thought she had limits.
Today, she told 911 I kidnapped my own son.
My ex-wife called me impotent in front of a packed courtroom 6 years ago. Last Tuesday, she called 911 and told them I kidnapped my own son. The difference between those 2 days? 6 years ago, I still thought she had limits. I'm Jack Sullivan, and I own Sullivan Construction in Millfield, Massachusetts. Population 12,000 on a good day, 8,000 when the college kids go home for summer. It's the kind of place where everyone knows your business before you do, and my business became everyone's entertainment the day Rebecca decided to destroy me in family court. Your Honor, my husband suffers from performance issues that have made our marriage unbearable, she'd said, her voice carrying to the back row where my own mother sat. He's been unable to fulfill his marital duties for over 2 years. The judge, an old bastard named Henley, who'd probably been having his own performance issues since the Carter administration, nodded sympathetically. My lawyer, a kid fresh out of Suffolk who charged me $300 an hour to watch my life get flushed down the toilet, just sat there taking notes. I wanted to stand up and tell everyone exactly how Rebecca had been fulfilling her duties with half the town, but my lawyer had warned me against it. Let her talk, he'd whispered. She's making herself look bad. She wasn't. She was making me look bad. Real bad. The custody went to her. The house went to her. My son, Tommy, all of 9 years old at the time, looked at me like I was some broken toy his mother was throwing away. I got weekends and the privilege of paying child support that was roughly equivalent to a BMW lease. That was 6 years ago. 6 years of rebuilding, of learning to sleep alone, of picking up Tommy every other Friday and pretending everything was fine. 6 years of walking into the hardware store and seeing people whisper behind displays of nuts and bolts. But I rebuilt. Sullivan Construction went from a 2-man operation run out of my garage to 15 guys and 3 crews. I bought a house on Maple Street, nothing fancy, but it had a big backyard where Tommy could throw a baseball without hitting Mrs. Peterson's roses. I learned to cook something other than microwaved hot dogs. I even started dating again, though that was a slow process in a town where everyone knew your supposed bedroom problems. Then came last month's spring festival. Tommy was with me for the weekend, and we'd gone to the high school for the annual craft fair and barbecue. The whole town turns out for it, the kind of Norman Rockwell bullshit that makes tourists think New England is all maple syrup and good intentions. We were waiting in line for corn dogs when I saw her. Rebecca, looking like she'd stepped out of a magazine, all perfectly styled blonde hair and a dress that probably cost more than my truck payment. Next to her stood a guy about my age, wearing jeans that had never seen actual work and a polo shirt with some tech company logo I didn't recognize. "Daddy, there's Mom," Tommy said, tugging my sleeve. "I see her, buddy." Rebecca spotted us, and her face lit up with that smile she used to give me before she decided I wasn't worth the effort. She walked over, Mr. Polo shirt trailing behind like a well-dressed shadow. "Jack," she said, her voice honey-sweet with just enough condescension to make my teeth ache. "You look... well, Rebecca." I nodded to her companion. "This must be the new husband." "Daniel Carter," the guy said, extending his hand. His grip was weak, like shaking hands with a dead fish. "I've heard so much about you." "Nothing good, I'm sure." Rebecca laughed, that tinkling sound she made when she was about to stick the knife in. "Oh, we don't really talk about you much at all, Jack. Daniel's much too busy with his company. He's revolutionizing data analytics for small businesses." "Sounds exciting," I said, ruffling Tommy's hair. "What do you say we get those corn dogs, champ?" "Actually," Rebecca said, stepping closer, "I was hoping we could talk about Tommy's schedule." Here it comes, I thought, the real reason she'd approached us. "What about it?" "Well, Daniel and I are planning some weekend trips this summer, and it would be so much easier if we could be more flexible with the custody arrangement." "You mean you want to take my weekends away?" "I mean, I want what's best for Tommy. He needs stability, Jack. He needs to be part of a real family." Tommy looked back and forth between us, his face scrunched up in confusion. At 10, he was smart enough to know when adults were fighting, but not quite old enough to understand why. "He has a real family," I said quietly. "He has me." Daniel cleared his throat. "Look, Jack, we're not trying to cut you out, but let's be realistic here. Rebecca provides a stable home environment, financial security, educational opportunities, and I provide what exactly?" "Well," Daniel glanced at Rebecca, who nodded encouragingly, "you provide what you can, I'm sure. But Tommy's getting older. He needs role models who can show him what real success looks like." The festival continued around us, families laughing and kids running with balloons, but I felt like we were standing in our own little bubble of poison. "Real success," I repeated. "Daniel graduated from MIT," Rebecca said. "His company is being courted by 3 venture capital firms. Tommy could learn so much from him about ambition, about planning for the future instead of just getting by. Getting by. Like that's all I'd been doing for the past 6 years. "Tell you what," I said, forcing a smile. "Why don't we let Tommy decide what he wants to do this summer?" "That's not how custody works, Jack," Rebecca said, her voice sharpening. "Children need guidance, not choices they're not equipped to make. Like the choice between having a father who works with his hands or one who pushes papers around? One who builds a future instead of just swinging a hammer." Tommy tugged my shirt again. "Dad? Can we just get the corn dogs?" I looked down at my son, then back at Rebecca and her new prize husband. "Sure, buddy. Let's go." As we walked away, I heard Daniel say, not quite quietly enough, "I don't know how you stood it for so long." Rebecca's response was even clearer. "I didn't. That's why I left." That was 3 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, I got the legal papers. Rebecca was petitioning the court to modify our custody arrangement. She wanted Tommy full-time, with me getting 1 weekend a month and Wednesday evening dinners. The reason? Changed circumstances requiring reassessment of the child's best interests. I'd seen this before. She was going for the kill shot. I called my lawyer, not the kid from Suffolk, but a woman named Patricia Banks, who'd handled my business incorporation and knew how to fight. She read through the papers while I sat in her office, watching the meter run. "She's claiming you're financially unstable," Patricia said. "Says your business is struggling and you've been living paycheck to paycheck." "That's bullshit. I can show you my books." "She's also claiming you've been exhibiting erratic behavior around Tommy. Mood swings, inappropriate discussions about adult topics, failure to maintain consistent household routines." "More bullshit." Patricia looked up from the papers. "Jack, I have to ask, is any of this true, even a little bit?" "No, none of it. Because if there's anything she could point to, any incident that might support these claims, there's nothing. I pick up Tommy every other Friday at 6. We spend the weekend doing normal father-son stuff. I take him to school Monday morning and drop him off at her place. Same routine for 6 years. Then we fight it. But Jack, you need to know, custody modifications are expensive. She's got resources now that she didn't have during your divorce." "Resources?" "Right. Mr. MIT and his data analytics revolution." "What's this going to cost me?" "Depends how dirty she wants to get. If she's just testing the waters, maybe $5,000. If she's going for blood..." Patricia shrugged. "Sky's the limit." I left her office with a retainer agreement and a sick feeling in my stomach. Rebecca wasn't testing the waters, she was going for blood, and we both knew it. That night, I sat in my kitchen with a beer and tried to figure out what I'd done wrong. Tommy was asleep upstairs in his bedroom, the one I'd painted blue and filled with Red Sox posters because that's what 10-year-old boys like. The house was quiet except for the dishwasher running and the sound of my neighbor's dog barking at shadows. 6 years. 6 years of playing by the rules, of being the good dad who never badmouthed his ex-wife in front of their kid, who paid child support on time and never missed a scheduled pickup. 6 years of swallowing my pride and rebuilding my life one day at a time. And for what? So she could take the last thing that mattered to me? My phone buzzed. Text message from Rebecca. "Jack, I hope you'll consider what's best for Tommy and not put him through a lengthy legal battle. He deserves better than watching his parents fight in court again." I stared at that message for a long time, then typed back, "See you in court." Her response came 30 seconds later. "Your choice. Don't say I didn't warn you." That's when I knew she had something else planned. Rebecca had never been subtle about her threats, but she'd never been cryptic either. When she said, "Don't say I didn't warn you," she meant she had another card to play. I found out what it was the following Tuesday. I was at the job site, a kitchen renovation for the Kowalski family on Elm Street, when my phone rang. Unknown number, but I answered anyway. "Mr. Sullivan, this is Officer Janet Pierce with the Millfield Police Department. We need to speak with you about your son." The hammer slipped from my hand and clattered onto the tile floor. "What about Tommy? Is he hurt?" "Sir, we've received a report that you've taken your son without permission. We need you to bring him to the station immediately." "What? I don't have Tommy. It's Tuesday. He's at school." "Sir, according to the report, you picked him up from school at noon today. His mother is very concerned." I looked at my watch. 2:30 p.m. "Officer, I've been at work all day. My whole crew can vouch for that. Tommy's supposed to be in Mrs. Henderson's class right now. Can you come to the station so we can sort this out?" "I'll be right there." I told my foreman Mike to take over and drove to the police station with my hands shaking on the steering wheel. This was it. This was Rebecca's next move. The Millfield Police Department occupied half of a brick building on Main Street, sharing space with the town clerk's office and a dentist who'd been pulling teeth since before I was born. Officer Pierce met me at the front desk, a woman about my age with short brown hair and tired eyes. "Mr. Sullivan? I'm Janet Pierce. We spoke on the phone." "Where's my son? Why don't we sit down and talk about this?" She led me to a small interview room that smelled like coffee and industrial disinfectant. On the table was a manila folder and a cup of coffee that had been sitting there long enough to grow a skin. "Mr. Sullivan, your ex-wife called us at 12:45 today. She said you picked Tommy up from school without permission and that she was concerned for his safety. I told you, I was at work. I can give you the address, the phone number, the names of my crew." "We've already confirmed your alibi," Officer Pierce said, opening the folder. "Your foreman says you've been on site since 7 this morning. Then why am I here?" Officer Pierce studied me for a moment, her head tilted slightly like she was trying to figure out a puzzle. "You look familiar. Did we go to high school together?" "Maybe. I graduated from Millfield High in 98. Janet Murphy," she said. "I was 2 years behind you. I remember you from the baseball team." Janet Murphy. I did remember her. Quiet girl, honor roll. Dated the student council president. She'd filled out some since high school, but she still had the same direct way of looking at people that had made her seem older than her years. Small world, I said. Small town, she corrected. Jack, I've got to ask you something, and I want you to answer me honestly. Is there any reason your ex-wife would think you took Tommy today? Besides wanting to make my life hell? No. Janet, Officer Pierce, smiled slightly. I remember your ex-wife from high school, too, Rebecca Walsh. She was intense. That's one word for it. Jack, I've been doing this job for 8 years. I know what a real kidnapping report looks like, and I know what a vindictive ex-spouse looks like. This, she tapped the folder, looks like the second thing. So what happens now? Now I file a report that says we investigated an alleged kidnapping, determined there was no credible threat, and closed the case. But Jack, she leaned forward, this isn't going to be the end of it. Whatever's going on between you two, it's escalating. She was right. I knew it. She knew it. And somewhere across town, Rebecca knew it too. Any advice? I asked. Document everything. Every interaction, every phone call, every text message, and maybe think about getting ahead of whatever she's planning next. I left the police station feeling like a man who just dodged a bullet, but knew the shooter was still out there, reloading. My phone had 6 missed calls from Patricia Banks and 3 text messages from Tommy's school asking me to call immediately. I called the school first. The principal, Mrs. Davidson, sounded frazzled. Mr. Sullivan, we've had quite a day here. Tommy's mother called at noon saying there was a family emergency and that you'd be picking him up. Then she called back 20 minutes later saying she'd made a mistake and that Tommy should stay in class. Then the police called asking if Tommy was missing. Where's Tommy now? He's here. He's fine. But Mr. Sullivan, we can't have these kinds of mix-ups. It's disruptive to the classroom and frankly, it's concerning from a safety standpoint. Mrs. Davidson, I never called the school. I never asked to pick up Tommy. Silence on the other end. Then, are you saying someone impersonated you? I'm saying someone lied to you about a family emergency to create a situation where they could call the police and claim I kidnapped my own son. Another silence. Mr. Sullivan, these are serious accusations. Yes, they are, and I'll be happy to discuss them with you in person tomorrow morning. I hung up and called Patricia Banks. Jack, what the hell is going on? She said by way of greeting. Rebecca's playing dirty. Dirty? She filed a false police report. That's beyond dirty. That's criminal. Can we prove it? Maybe. But Jack, even if we can, the damage is done. She's creating a pattern of concern about your behavior. First the custody motion claiming you're unstable, now a police report about kidnapping. It doesn't matter if the charges don't stick. It matters that there's a paper trail. So what do I do? You be very, very careful. Very. And you start thinking about how to turn this around on her. That night I picked up Tommy from school as usual. He seemed subdued, quiet in a way that wasn't like him. Everything okay, champ? Mom said there was an emergency today, at school, but then there wasn't. Yeah, I heard about that, just a mix-up. She seemed really mad when she picked me up. She kept asking if I'd talked to you, if you'd called the school. I glanced at him in the rearview mirror. What did you tell her? The truth, that I hadn't talked to you since Monday morning. Smart kid. Too smart for his own good, maybe. Tommy, I need to ask you something, and I want you to tell me the truth, okay? Okay. Has your mom been saying things about me? About why we got divorced? Or about me not being able to take care of you? Tommy was quiet for a long moment, staring out the window at the houses passing by. Finally, he said, She says you try your best, but that some people just aren't meant to be married. And Daniel says that's why kids need stability. What do you think? I think Daniel talks too much. I couldn't help but smile. Yeah? What does he talk about? Everything. How much money he makes, how smart he is, how he's going to help Mom with her career. Last weekend, he spent an hour explaining why his car is better than yours. His Tesla? He says it's the car of the future. I told him your truck can haul a boat and his car can't even haul a trailer. What did he say to that? He said someday I'd understand the difference between working smart and working hard. I pulled into our driveway and turned off the engine. Tommy, do you know what I do for work? You build stuff, houses and kitchens and decks. That's right. And every house I build, every kitchen I renovate, every deck I put on someone's backyard, that's something real. Something people can see and touch and use every day. When I'm gone, those things will still be here. What about Daniel's job? Daniel's job is important too in its own way, but I'd rather build something with my hands than push numbers around on a computer. Tommy nodded solemnly. Me too, Dad. That weekend, things felt normal. We went to the hardware store on Saturday morning, and Tommy helped me pick out lumber for a bookshelf we were going to build for his room. We had lunch at Murphy's Diner, where the waitress knew to bring Tommy chocolate chip pancakes without asking. On Sunday, we went to the Red Sox game in Boston, sitting in the bleachers and eating hot dogs that cost $8 each. It was the kind of weekend that reminded me why I was fighting so hard to keep it. Monday morning came too soon. I drove Tommy to school, gave him a hug, and watched him run toward the building with his backpack bouncing on his shoulders. It was supposed to be 2 weeks before I saw him again. I never made it 2 weeks. Wednesday evening, I was at home going over invoices when my doorbell rang. I opened it to find Officer Pierce standing on my porch, looking uncomfortable. Janet, this is a surprise. Jack, I need to talk to you. Can I come in? I stepped aside and led her into the living room. She looked around, taking in the football on the coffee table, the stack of Tommy's school books on the side table, the framed picture of us at Fenway Park. Nice place, she said. Thanks. What's this about? Janet sat on the couch and pulled out her notebook. I got another call today, about you. My stomach dropped. From Rebecca? From a concerned citizen who said they saw you following a school bus on Elm Street this afternoon. I was coming back from a job site. The Kowalski house, remember? We're finishing up their kitchen. I know, I checked. But Jack, the caller specifically said you were driving slowly behind the bus, like you were following it. Elm Street is on my way home. The speed limit is 25. If there's a school bus in front of me, I'm going to drive slowly behind it because that's the law. Janet nodded. That's what I figured. But Jack, this is the second call in a week. Someone's building a case here. Someone named Rebecca. I can't prove that, but off the record, yeah, probably. I sat down across from her. What would you do if you were in my position? Honestly, I'd start fighting back, but carefully, very carefully. What does that mean? Janet closed her notebook and leaned forward. It means you document everything, like I said before, but it also means you stop reacting to her moves and start making some of your own. Such as finding out what she's really up to. Nobody goes to this much trouble just to get full custody. She wants something else. Like what? I don't know, but if I were you, I'd find out. After Janet left, I sat in my kitchen with a legal pad and started writing down everything I knew about Rebecca's new life. She'd married Daniel Carter 8 months ago. He owned some kind of tech company. They lived in the big Colonial on Prospect Street that had been on the market for 2 years before someone finally bought it. Rebecca was still practicing law, still with the same firm she'd worked for during our marriage. On the surface, everything looked perfect for her. New husband with money, big house, successful career. So why was she so determined to destroy me? I called my brother Mike. We hadn't talked much since the divorce. He'd always liked Rebecca, and the whole thing had made family gatherings awkward. But Mike was a detective with the state police, and if anyone could help me figure out Rebecca's angle, it was him. Jack? Jesus, it's been forever. How are you? I've been better. Mike, I need a favor. What kind of favor? I told him about the custody battle, the false police reports, the harassment. I told him about Daniel Carter and his tech company, and the feeling I had that there was more going on than just a bitter ex-wife trying to get revenge. You want me to run a background check on your ex-wife's new husband, Mike said. I want to know what I'm dealing with. Mike was quiet for a moment. Jack, this is messy. If Rebecca found out I was helping you, she won't find out. And Mike, I wouldn't ask if I wasn't desperate. Give me his full name and date of birth if you have it. I'll see what I can find. I owe you one. You owe me more than one. But we're family, right? 3 days later, Mike called me back. Jack, we need to talk. In person. That bad? Just meet me at Flanagan's after work. And Jack, come alone. Flanagan's was a dive bar on the outskirts of town, the kind of place where the bartender knew everyone's name and nobody asked questions about why you needed a drink at 5 in the afternoon. Mike was already there when I arrived, sitting in a corner booth with a beer and a manila envelope. You look like hell, I said, sliding into the seat across from him. I feel like hell. Jack, I found some stuff about Daniel Carter. Some of it's public record, some of it isn't. He slid the envelope across the table. Carter's company, Dataflow Analytics, is in serious financial trouble. They've got about 6 months of operating capital left, and their main investor pulled out last month. I opened the envelope and found printouts of financial documents, court filings, and newspaper articles. So he's broke? Worse. He's been using company funds for personal expenses. His ex-business partner filed a lawsuit 3 months ago, claiming Carter embezzled nearly $200,000. Holy shit. It gets worse. Carter's been married twice before. Both marriages ended in bitter divorces. Both ex-wives claimed financial abuse. I looked up from the papers. Financial abuse? He convinces women to invest their money in his business ventures, then uses the money for his own expenses. When the businesses fail, the women are left holding the debt. The pieces were starting to come together. Rebecca's been working a lot of overtime lately. Tommy mentioned she's been taking on extra cases. Jack, I think your ex-wife is being set up, and I think Carter's using her legal connections to try to legitimize his business dealings. What do you mean? Mike pulled out another document. Carter's been using Rebecca's law firm as his business address. She's listed as the registered agent for 3 of his companies. If those companies go under, if there are lawsuits or criminal charges, she's going to be right in the middle of it. I stared at the papers, trying to process what I was seeing. She has no idea, does she? I doubt it. Carter's good at this. He finds successful women, charms them, marries them, and then slowly takes control of their finances. By the time they figure out what's happening, it's too late. So what do I do with this? Mike finished his beer. That depends on how much you hate her. What do you mean? You could warn her. Tell her what Carter's really up to. Give her a chance to protect herself. Or you could let her find out the hard way. Let Carter destroy her the same way she's trying to destroy you. I looked at the papers again. Financial documents, court filings, evidence of fraud and manipulation. Everything I needed to destroy Daniel Carter's credibility, and probably Rebecca's career along with it. There's a third option, I said. Yeah? What's that? I use this to stop her from taking Tommy away from me. Mike nodded slowly. That's what I thought you'd say. I took the envelope and stood up. Thanks, Mike. I owe you. Just be careful, Jack. This kind of information is dangerous. If Carter figures out you have it, he won't. But as I walked out to my truck, I realized I wasn't sure if that was true. Daniel Carter had fooled Rebecca, fooled investors, fooled business partners. He was smart, manipulative, and desperate. That combination made him dangerous. It also made him vulnerable. I spent that night reading through Mike's files, making notes, looking for connections. By morning, I had a plan. It wasn't pretty, it wasn't noble, and it probably wasn't legal. But it would work. The first step was getting Tommy's help, and that made me feel like the worst father in the world. I picked him up for our weekend as usual, but instead of going home, I drove to a parking lot behind the town library where we could talk privately. Tommy, I need to ask you something important, and I need you to think carefully before you answer. Okay, Dad. Has Daniel ever talked to you about money, about his business or your mom's work? Tommy scrunched up his face, thinking. Sometimes. He talks about his company a lot, and he's always asking Mom about her cases, about how much money she makes. What kinds of things does he ask? Like, if she's getting paid enough, or if her clients pay on time. Last week he was asking about her savings account, if she had enough money saved for emergencies. Red flags were going off in my head, and what did your mom say? She said she had plenty saved up and that Daniel didn't need to worry about money because his company was doing so well. Did Daniel say anything to that? He said maybe they should combine their bank accounts so it would be easier to pay bills and stuff. Carter was moving in for the kill. He'd identified Rebecca's assets and was maneuvering to get access to them. I wondered how long it would be before he convinced her to invest in his failing company. Tommy, I need you to do something for me, and it has to be our secret. Can you do that? Tommy looked uncertain. I guess. What is it? I handed him a small digital recorder I'd bought at Radio Shack that morning. If Daniel ever talks about money or business when you're around, I want you to record it. Just turn this on and leave it somewhere he can't see it. Why? Because I think Daniel might be lying to your mom about some things, and if he is, she needs to know about it. Will it get me in trouble? No, buddy, you won't get in trouble. But Tommy, this is really important. You can't tell anyone about this. Not your mom, not Daniel, not your friends at school, nobody. Can you promise me that? Tommy nodded solemnly. I promise, Dad. I felt sick about involving him, but I didn't have a choice. Rebecca had dragged our son into this fight the moment she decided to take him away from me. 2 weeks later, Tommy came back from a weekend at his mother's house with the recorder and a strange look on his face. "Dad, I got something." We sat on my couch and listened to the recording. The audio quality was poor, but the voices were clear enough. Rebecca and Daniel having what they thought was a private conversation in their kitchen. "I don't understand why you need access to my retirement account," Rebecca was saying. "Baby, it's not about need. It's about trust. Married couples share their finances. It's how you build a life together. We haven't been married that long, Daniel. Maybe we should wait." "Wait for what? For my company to go public? For us to make millions?" "Rebecca, I'm offering to share everything I have with you. The least you could do is show the same trust." "It's not about trust. It's about being practical." "Practical? You know what's practical? Combining our resources so we can maximize our investment opportunities. I've got 3 venture capital firms interested in Dataflow. If we can show them we have significant liquid assets. You want me to invest my retirement savings in your company? I want us to invest in our future. Together. The recording went on for another 10 minutes, Daniel pressuring Rebecca to give him access to her accounts, Rebecca resisting but slowly being worn down by his arguments. By the end of the conversation, she'd agreed to think about it. I turned off the recorder and looked at Tommy. "You did good, champ. This is exactly what I needed." "Is Daniel really lying to Mom?" "Yeah, buddy, I think he is." "Are you going to tell her?" I thought about it. I could call Rebecca, play her the recording, show her Mike's research. I could warn her about Carter's history, his financial troubles, his pattern of targeting successful women. I could save her from making the biggest mistake of her life, or I could let her make that mistake and use it to get my son back. "Maybe," I said, "but first I want to see what else Daniel has planned." Over the next month, Tommy brought me 3 more recordings. Each one was more damaging than the last. Daniel pressuring Rebecca to take out a second mortgage on their house. Daniel asking her to use her law firm's connections to help him find investors. Daniel suggesting she quit her job and come work for his company full-time. And Rebecca, slowly but surely, giving in to every request. By the end of May, I had enough evidence to destroy Daniel Carter 6 ways from Sunday. I also had something else. A plan to make Rebecca pay for every humiliation she'd put me through over the past 6 years. The annual Millfield Spring Festival was coming up again. The same event where Rebecca and Daniel had confronted me a year earlier. This year, I was going to turn the tables. I spent 2 weeks making preparations. I printed copies of all the financial documents Mike had given me. I made copies of the recordings Tommy had captured. I researched Daniel's business partners, his ex-wives, his creditors. I even found his high school yearbook photo, the one where he looked like the smug rich kid who'd never worked a day in his life. The night before the festival, I called Patricia Banks. "Jack, please tell me you're not about to do something stupid." "I'm about to do something necessary." "Those aren't mutually exclusive. What's your plan?" I told her. She was quiet for a long time after I finished. "Jack, this could backfire spectacularly. If you're wrong about any of this." "I'm not wrong. If you are, you'll lose Tommy forever. Rebecca will use this to prove you're unfit to be a parent. And if I'm right? If you're right, you'll humiliate your ex-wife in front of the entire town and probably destroy her marriage. You're sure that's what you want?" I thought about the past year, the false police reports, the custody battle, the constant fear that I was going to lose the only thing in my life that mattered. I thought about Rebecca's smug smile in the courtroom 6 years ago, her voice carrying to the back row, "He's been unable to fulfill his marital duties." "Yeah," I said, "I'm sure." The spring festival was held on the high school football field, with booths and games spread across the grass and a small stage set up near the goalposts for announcements and entertainment. By noon, half the town was there, families with kids, teenagers trying to look cool, elderly couples walking hand in hand. I found Rebecca and Daniel near the dunking booth, where Daniel was showing off his throwing arm and failing miserably to hit the target. Rebecca was laughing and cheering him on, playing the supportive wife. She looked happy, genuinely happy, and for a moment I almost felt bad about what I was going to do. Almost. Tommy was with them, looking bored and periodically glancing around the crowd. He spotted me first and waved. Rebecca followed his gaze, and her smile faltered slightly when she saw me approaching. "Jack," she said, her voice carefully neutral, "I didn't expect to see you here. Wouldn't miss it. It's become an annual tradition." Daniel turned around, a baseball still in his hand. "Jack, Good to see you, man. Want to give this a try? I've been working on my fastball. I bet you have. Something in my tone made Rebecca look at me more closely. Is everything all right? Everything's fine. Actually, everything's perfect. I pulled out my phone and held it up. Daniel, I've been doing some research on your company. Data Flow Analytics, right? Daniel's expression didn't change, but I saw his grip tighten on the baseball. Yeah, that's right. What about it? Interesting business model. You help small businesses analyze their data, right? That's a simplified version, but yes. And you're funded by venture capital? Daniel glanced at Rebecca, who was watching our conversation with growing confusion. We're exploring several funding options. Including your wife's retirement account? The color drained from Daniel's face. Rebecca stepped closer. What are you talking about, Jack? I pulled out my phone and pressed play on the first recording. Daniel's voice filled the air around us. I want us to invest in our future, together. Rebecca's voice followed. You want me to invest my retirement savings in your company? I want us to invest in our future, together. People were starting to notice. A small crowd was gathering around us, drawn by the sound of voices they recognized coming from my phone. Turn that off, Daniel said, his voice tight. Why? It's just a conversation between husband and wife. Nothing wrong with that, right? Rebecca was staring at the phone like it was a snake. Where did you get that recording? Does it matter? What matters is what's on it. I pressed play on the second recording, the one where Daniel pressured Rebecca to take out a second mortgage, then the third, where he suggested she quit her job to work for his company. By now, we had an audience of about 20 people, including Mrs. Davidson from Tommy's school and 3 members of the town council. Rebecca's face was bright red, but I couldn't tell if it was from embarrassment or anger. This is a private matter, she said. You have no right. I have every right, especially when it involves my son's welfare. I pulled out the printed financial documents and started reading from them like I was delivering a weather report. Data Flow Analytics, incorporated in Delaware, fiscal year 2023 revenue, $47,000. Operating expenses, $132,000. Net loss, $85,000. Daniel lunged for the papers, but I stepped back. Current cash reserves, approximately $6,000. Projected bankruptcy date, August 15th. Those documents are confidential, Daniel said. How did you... Public record, Dan. Your business partner filed a lawsuit 3 months ago. Very illuminating reading. I turned to the crowd, which had grown to about 50 people. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to meet Daniel Carter, successful entrepreneur and my ex-wife's husband. Daniel's previous business ventures include 2 failed startups, a pyramid scheme that got him banned from 3 states, and a pattern of financial fraud that's left him owing money to everyone from his ex-wives to the IRS. That's slander, Daniel sputtered. I'll sue you for every penny. With what money? According to these court documents, you're currently 3 months behind on your office rent. Rebecca was looking back and forth between us like she was watching a tennis match. Daniel, is this true? Baby, you know I can explain. Is it true? Some of it might be technically accurate, but the context, I interrupted, is that your husband is a con man who's been systematically manipulating you to gain access to your money, just like he did to his previous wives. I handed Rebecca a copy of the lawsuit his ex-business partner had filed. Patricia Williamson versus Daniel Carter, filed March 15th. Claims of embezzlement, fraud, and misappropriation of funds. Your husband stole $200,000 from his business partner and used it to finance his lifestyle. Rebecca read the first page of the lawsuit, her face growing paler with each line. Daniel? It's all lies, Rebecca. Patricia's bitter because our relationship didn't work out. She's trying to destroy me. Which relationship? I asked. The business relationship or the personal one? Because according to this divorce decree, you were married to Patricia for 6 months before she figured out what you were up to. I handed Rebecca another document. And before Patricia, there was Jennifer Morrison, married 8 months, divorced when she discovered Daniel had emptied her savings account to pay off gambling debts. The crowd around us had grown to over 100 people. Word was spreading across the festival like wildfire. I could see people pulling out their phones, filming, texting. By tonight, this would be all over social media. Rebecca looked up from the divorce decree, tears in her eyes. How long have you known about this? A few weeks. I hired a private investigator after you filed the custody motion. And you didn't think to tell me? Would you have believed me? She didn't answer, but we both knew the truth. If I'd called her a month ago and told her Daniel was a fraud, she would have accused me of lying, of trying to sabotage her marriage out of jealousy. Rebecca, Daniel said, reaching for her arm. We can talk about this at home. We don't need to do this in front of... Don't touch me. She jerked away from him. Don't ever touch me again. Baby, please. You know I love you. You love my bank account. You love my house. You love my connections. Rebecca's voice was getting louder, more hysterical. But you never loved me. That's not true. It's all true. She turned to face the crowd, tears streaming down her cheeks. He's right. Daniel's been lying to me about everything. His company, his finances, his past, all of it. I almost felt sorry for her. Almost. Rebecca, I said quietly, we should probably... No! She spun around to face me, her eyes blazing. You knew. You knew what he was doing to me, and you just watched. You mean like you watched when you humiliated me in divorce court? Like you watched when you filed false police reports to try to make me look like a kidnapper? The crowd was dead silent now, hanging on every word. This was better than cable television. That's different, Rebecca said. How? How is it different? Because you deserved it. You were a terrible husband, a terrible father. I was a husband who worked 16-hour days to provide for his family. I was a father who loved his son more than anything in the world. And you destroyed me because I wasn't good enough for your ambitions. I gestured toward Daniel, who was looking around desperately for an escape route. So you traded me in for this? For a con man who's been planning to bankrupt you from the day you met? I didn't know. You didn't want to know. You wanted the fantasy. The successful businessman, the big house, the perfect life. You wanted it so badly that you ignored every red flag. Rebecca was sobbing now, mascara running down her cheeks. Jack, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Are you sorry for humiliating me in court? Are you sorry for trying to take my son away from me? Are you sorry for filing false police reports and trying to have me arrested? Yes. Yes, I'm sorry for all of it. Good, because now you know how it feels. I turned to Tommy, who had been watching this whole scene with wide eyes. Come on, champ. Let's go get some cotton candy. Wait. Rebecca grabbed my arm. What about the custody case? I looked at her hand on my arm, then at her tear-stained face. What about it? I'll drop it. The motion, the custody modification. I'll drop all of it. In writing? Yes. Tomorrow. I'll call my lawyer and have him file the paperwork. I nodded. And Daniel? Rebecca looked over at her husband, who was trying to slink away through the crowd. Daniel can go to hell. She called out to him. Daniel? Where do you think you're going? He stopped and turned around, his face red with embarrassment and anger. I'm leaving. This is insane. You're not going anywhere. We need to talk. We have nothing to talk about, Rebecca. You've made your choice. Yes, I have. I choose to know the truth about your business, about your debts, about your other wives. All of it. Daniel looked around at the crowd of people staring at him, then back at Rebecca. Fine. You want the truth? Here's the truth. You're right. My company is failing. I am broke. And yes, I was hoping to use your money to bail myself out. The crowd gasped. Someone in the back yelled, I knew it! But you know what else is true? Daniel continued. Your ex-husband is a loser who swings a hammer for a living and drives a pickup truck that's older than his kid. I was trying to give you a better life. By lying to me? By being what you wanted me to be. You didn't want reality, Rebecca. You wanted the dream. The successful husband, the big house, the status. I gave you that. You gave me nothing but lies. Daniel shrugged. The lies made you happy. Until today. With that, he turned and walked away, pushing through the crowd toward the parking lot. Rebecca called after him, but he didn't look back. I watched him go, feeling a mixture of satisfaction and something that might have been pity. Daniel Carter was a fraud and a con man, but he wasn't entirely wrong about Rebecca. She had wanted the dream more than the reality. The crowd was starting to disperse, people drifting back to the festival attractions, but still talking in small groups about what they'd just witnessed. I knew this story would be told and retold for years, growing more dramatic with each telling. Daddy? Tommy tugged on my sleeve. Is Mom going to be okay? I looked at Rebecca, who was standing alone now, still crying, still processing what had just happened to her life. I think so, buddy. Your mom's tougher than she looks. Are you going to help her? The question caught me off guard. Why would I help her? Because she's my mom, and because you're not mean like Daniel. Out of the mouths of babes. I walked over to Rebecca, Tommy following behind me. She looked up as I approached, her eyes red and swollen. Jack, Don't. We're not friends, Rebecca. We're never going to be friends. But we're Tommy's parents, and that means we need to figure out how to coexist. She nodded. What do you want from me? I want you to drop the custody case, like you said. I want you to stop filing false police reports. And I want you to remember this day the next time you think about trying to destroy someone's life for sport. And in return, I thought about it. I could walk away now, leave her to deal with the wreckage of her marriage and her reputation. I could let her suffer the way she'd made me suffer. But Tommy was right. I wasn't mean like Daniel. In return, I won't post these recordings on social media. And I won't send copies of Daniel's financial records to your law firm's partners. Rebecca's eyes widened. You could destroy my career. Yes, I could, but I won't. Not unless you give me a reason to. She nodded again, more vigorously this time. Thank you. Don't thank me. Thank your son. He's the only reason I'm not burning your life to the ground. I turned to Tommy. Ready for that cotton candy? Can Mom come with us? I looked at Rebecca, standing there in her expensive dress with her makeup ruined and her perfect life in shambles. 6 years ago, she'd stood in a courtroom and humiliated me in front of everyone I knew. Today, I'd return the favor. We were, even now. Sure, I said. She can come. As we walked toward the cotton candy stand, Tommy between us, I thought about the conversation I'd had with Mike at Flanagan's. He'd asked me how much I hated Rebecca, and I'd thought the answer was simple. But standing there at the spring festival, watching my ex-wife try to put her life back together while our son held both our hands, I realized the answer was more complicated than I'd thought. I didn't hate her anymore. I pitied her. And that, I realized, was the perfect revenge. The festival continued around us, families laughing and children playing, the normal rhythms of small-town life. Tomorrow, Rebecca would have to figure out how to rebuild her reputation, her finances, her life. She'd have to explain to her law partners how she'd gotten involved with a con man. She'd have to deal with divorce lawyers and financial auditors and all the messy consequences of trusting the wrong person. But today, she was just Tommy's mom, walking next to Tommy's dad, trying to pretend everything was normal for the sake of a 10-year-old boy who'd seen too much adult drama for one afternoon. Dad? Tommy said as we reached the cotton candy stand. Yeah, champ. Are you and Mom going to be friends now? I looked at Rebecca, who was watching me with something that might have been hope in her eyes. We're going to try to be better than we were, I said. For you. Good, Tommy said, because fighting is stupid. I bought him a cone of pink cotton candy and watched him tear into it with the enthusiasm that only 10-year-olds can muster. Rebecca stood beside me, quiet and subdued, probably still processing everything that had happened. Jack? She said finally. Yeah. How did you know? About Daniel, I mean. How did you figure it out? I thought about Mike's research, about the financial documents and court records. I thought about the recordings Tommy had made, the conversations he'd captured. I thought about all the pieces coming together to reveal the truth about Daniel Carter. I got lucky, I said. Sometimes the bad guys make mistakes, and sometimes the good guys get help from unexpected places. I looked at her, surprised by the insight. Yeah, sometimes they do. We stood there for a while, watching Tommy play games and win prizes he didn't need. Other families moved around us, living their normal lives, unaware that they'd just witnessed the end of one story and the beginning of another. As the sun started to set, the festival began winding down. Vendors packed up their booths, families gathered their children, teenagers said goodbye until tomorrow. It was time to go home. Tommy, I called. Time to head out. He ran over to us, his face sticky with cotton candy and his arms full of stuffed animals he'd won at the ring toss. Can we do this again next year? Absolutely, I said. All three of us? I looked at Rebecca, who nodded slightly. We'll see, champ. A lot can change in a year. As we walked toward the parking lot, I thought about what had changed in the past year and what might change in the year to come. Rebecca would rebuild her life, probably stronger and wiser than before. Daniel would move on to his next victim, or maybe finally face the consequences of his actions. Tommy would grow up a little more, hopefully learning from watching his parents navigate their complicated relationship. And me? I'd go back to my house on Maple Street, back to my construction business, back to my simple life, but I'd go back with my son still in it, still a part of my world every other weekend and Wednesday evenings. That was enough. That was everything. Dad? Tommy said as we reached my truck. What's up? I love you. I love you too, buddy. I love you too, Mom. Rebecca's voice was thick when she answered. I love you too, sweetheart. I helped Tommy into the truck and closed the door. Rebecca stood beside her car, looking lost and uncertain. "Rebecca," I said, "for what it's worth, I'm sorry it had to happen this way." "No, you're not." I thought about that. "You're right. I'm not sorry it happened. But I am sorry it had to happen in front of Tommy." She nodded. "I'll do better. I promise." "We both will." I got in my truck and started the engine. Through the windshield, I could see Rebecca standing in the parking lot, alone now, watching us drive away. In the rearview mirror, I saw her get in her car and sit there for a long moment before starting it. Tomorrow would bring lawyers and paperwork and all the mundane details of untangling a marriage built on lies. There would be questions from friends, gossip from neighbors, whispers at the grocery store and the post office. But tonight I was driving home with my son, past the familiar streets of the town where I'd grown up, where I'd failed and rebuilt and finally learned how to fight back. "Dad?" Tommy said as we pulled into our driveway. "Yeah? What's going to happen to Mom?" "She's going to be fine. Your mom's a lot stronger than people think." "What about Daniel?" "Daniel's going to learn that actions have consequences." Tommy thought about that for a moment. "Good," he said finally. I didn't like him very much. Why not? He was always pretending to be something he wasn't, like he thought we were all too stupid to notice. Smart kid. Too smart, maybe. We got out of the truck and walked toward the house. The porch light was on, casting a warm glow over the front steps. Through the living room window, I could see the stack of books on the coffee table. The football we'd been throwing around last weekend. The normal debris of a life being lived. It wasn't much compared to Rebecca's big house on Prospect Street, or Daniel's dreams of venture capital and tech company success. But it was real. It was honest. And it was ours. "Can we build that bookshelf tomorrow?" Tommy asked as I unlocked the front door. "Absolutely. We've got all day." "Good. I've got a lot of books that need somewhere to go." I ruffled his hair. "Me too, champ. Me too." As we went inside and turned on the lights, I thought about the story I'd tell myself about this day. Not the public version, not the one that would become town legend, but the private one, the one that mattered. Today, I'd fought for my son and won. Today, I'd faced down the people who'd tried to destroy me and come out on top. Today, I'd learned that sometimes the best revenge isn't getting even, it's getting your life back. And sometimes, if you're very lucky, you get to watch your enemies destroy themselves while you stand by with your hands clean and your conscience clear. The phone rang as Tommy was getting ready for bed. I answered it in the kitchen, expecting it to be Patricia Banks or maybe Mike checking in. It was Rebecca. "Jack, I just wanted to say thank you." "For what?" "For not destroying me when you could have. For thinking about Tommy first." "Don't read too much into it, Rebecca. I did what I had to do." "I know, but you could have done worse. A lot worse." She was right. I could have posted the recordings online, sent them to the local newspaper, made sure everyone in town knew exactly what kind of fool she'd been. I could have given the financial documents to her law firm, probably ending her career. I could have kept pushing until there was nothing left of her reputation or her self-respect. But I hadn't. Not because I was noble or forgiving, but because I'd gotten what I wanted. My son was safe, the custody battle was over, and Rebecca had learned that actions have consequences. Everything else was just details. "Get some sleep, Rebecca. Tomorrow's going to be a long day." "Jack, about the custody arrangement. I meant what I said. I'll drop the modification request." "I know you will. And I won't interfere with your weekends anymore. Tommy needs his father." "Yes, he does." There was a long pause. Then, "I really am sorry. For everything." "I know." I hung up and stood in my kitchen for a moment, listening to the familiar sounds of home. The dishwasher humming, the clock ticking, Tommy upstairs brushing his teeth and getting ready for bed. This was what I'd been fighting for. Not revenge, not vindication, not the satisfaction of watching my enemies fall. Just this, the simple, ordinary life of a father and son in a small New England town. "Dad," Tommy called from upstairs, "can you come tuck me in?" "On my way." I turned off the kitchen light and headed upstairs, leaving the day's drama behind. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new problems to solve, new battles to fight. But tonight, I was just a dad tucking his kid into bed in a house we could call home. It was enough. It was everything.